Okay. I would like to welcome you today at our institute premises for this workshop on Europe in an uncertain world, openness, resilience, and vulnerability of small states and middle powers. Of course, the definition about small powers and middle powers, we shall discuss it later, I think, later on. It's a lovely weather, fortunately. And I think also all the other universities and centers which were co-organizers of the conference. Of course, the workshop rather is organized mainly by the Institute of International Economic Relations. And before giving the floor to Effie Karalabaki, which is going to say in more detail about the objectives of the workshop, I would like to say two words about our institute, which was founded in 1993 and is affiliated with the Greek Association of Société Anonyme and is called Société Anonyme and Entrepreneurship. And its main objective is to function as a forum between the academia, the decision makers of the public administration, and the business community. We have started in 1993 and we have organized a lot of international conferences and workshops, but I could admit that the chemistry between three communities is not so easy, because they have different concepts, but we're still continuing. And on the other hand, we are paying attention to some, except to international political economy, of course, and international economics. We are paying attention to the European Union, Middle East, Balkans, and Eastern Europe. And our strongest, I think, research program is on China and Southeast. We're participating in international networks about China. And also, our latest program is the program which Effie is head, and we are trying through this program to connect theory and practice. And Effie, your floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tsardanidis. Hello and welcome, everyone. We are lucky to be in such a beautiful location with so many beaches close by, and summer is still going strong in Greece, but I hope this is not the reason you are here. Okay. So I cannot thank enough all scholars and PhD candidates and practitioners for honoring us with their presence, participation, and scholarship in the first annual international workshop that is organized by the Research Program on the Theory and Practice of International Relations, which, as Dr. Tsardanidis said, is a research program of the Institute of International Economic Relations. So this year's theme is Europe in an Uncertain World, Openness, Resilience, and Vulnerabilities of Small States and Middle Powers. I would like to also thank our distinguished keynote speakers who accepted our invitation so generously. Professor Frank Berry, a member of the Royal Irish Academy and chair of the International Business and Economic Development Department of the Trinity Business School at Trinity College Dublin. Emeritus Professor Alfred Tobias, Department of International Relations of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and Mr. Dimitrios Kourkoulas, former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece, responsible for European affairs and economic diplomacy, and former Director of the European Union's enlargement strategy in the Western Balkans, Turkey, and Iceland. I must also express my sincere gratitude and thanks to the Institute and to our director and teacher, Dr. Charalampos Tsardanidis, for his continued support and guidance to organize this event, and not only, and to all of the wonderful colleagues at the Institute who have played a decisive role in the organization of the workshop, such as Ms. Stella Milioti, Ms. Evi Teku, and Mr. Dimitris Polalis. Last but not least, special thanks to our sponsors who always support the efforts of young and up-and-coming scholars, Actor, the construction arm of the Actor Group, Athens International Airport, Eleftherios Venizelos, and the Boutari Winery. So our workshop focuses on Europe in an uncertain world, Europe at a crossroads. Uncertainty. Uncertainty is the refuge of hope, as Henri Frédéric Amiel had said. But exploring the unknown requires tolerating uncertainty. So as Jacob Bronowski, the famous mathematician and philosopher, had noted, knowledge is an unending adventure at the end of uncertainty. And as all international relations scholars understand, the essence of knowledge about global and domestic phenomena is to understand how to learn to live with uncertainty, to embrace it and capitalize on it as an agent of change, transforming threats to opportunities for progress and innovation. The quest of certainty potentially blocks the search for knowledge in global affairs that are always in flux and for breakthroughs in sciences. If there is one thing, hence, that is certain in the 21st century European space, is that fear cannot be a response to uncertainty, turbulence, insecurity, unexpectedness, and randomness. For this reason, we have all gathered here today. Building European resilience in times of uncertainty is a tedious and difficult task. In uncertain times, building resilience becomes the priority of nation states and governments, international institutions and regional organizations, communities of people, markets and businesses, as risks and challenges persist. The last years, the EU structures undergo a continuous shock treatment that challenges and tests EU structures' capacity to weather vulnerabilities without collapsing to full-scale multi-level crisis, as it happened with the 2008-9 Eurozone crisis. So, as we all know, the COVID-19 crisis, the war in Ukraine with the energy and food insecurity it has brought, climate change and environmental degradation, grand power rivalry, humanitarian and refugee crisis, protracted conflicts in European neighborhood, and stagflation have left small states and middle powers, meaning the parts of the European whole essentially, in search of strategies and mechanisms to survive, to protect their social and economic integrity, and to respond to global shifts and regional risks individually and collectively. The war in Ukraine especially, and the emergence of the transitional orders it fosters, has rendered small states and middle powers inside the European Union and its immediate vicinity prey to the demons of the era of permacrisis. But we all know this. So why are we having this workshop? Why is there an urgent need to dig deeper into the theoretical, methodological, potentially diplomatic, policy and governance nuances that reveal the interdependencies and interconnections inside and outside an anarchic, in its own right, European landscape that is still battling its existential dilemmas while failing to produce a robust, coherent governance stance on all fronts? Why do small states and middle powers matter, not only for European security, prosperity, and stability, but also for international security, peace, freedom, justice, and cooperation? Well, size matters. Small states may lack in aggregate structural power, but they can use their size as an asset for gaining influence. They have the power to define the rules of the game between great powers and direct the engagement of middle powers via coalition-building strategies. They can act as honest brokers via trust-building methods in multilateral and unilateral settings, aiding essentially the work of great powers they ally with. The European small states, more importantly, develop small set of strategic priorities with which they engage, using soft power and negotiating skills that aid all stages of the decision-making process and multi-level governance inside the Union, adopting thus a pro-European approach ultimately that makes the European Union more resilient in uncertain and vulnerable times. Those strategies denote that small states are the foundation of the community method of decision-making, as it is stipulated in the European Union's treaties, ensuring this way that the community method is preserved even if it is weakened by the interests of middle powers inside and outside the EU and by grand power competition in the global order. In other words, small states are the cornerstone of the European foundation, norms and identity, and as such, in times of turbulence, they hold the power not only to preserve but also enrich the scope and global footprint of the EU as a global power. No other organizational structure in the global order holds this structural trait institutionally, even though there are regional formations such as the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, and others. So in times of uncertainty and turbulence, the preservation of democratic norms rests on pluralist politics that are always constrained by the agency of grand powers in the international system and the rivalry of middle powers in regional settings historically. Characteristic example is the Franco-German rivalry in Europe. When shifting alliances create additional uncertainty regionally and internationally, and European institutions such as the European Council enhance the role and power of larger states. The fact that small states are obliged to identify strategic priorities early on by building niche expertise in key policy fields, developing scientific, technical, leadership knowledge that they can share with other small states and middle powers and attract the interest of great powers, makes small states the most important shapers of norms in areas such as security and defense. As a result, small states create the de facto foundation of networks and institutions that can deal with uncertainty on various levels of the governance scale, foresee it, manage it, and transform it to opportunity for change, progress, and innovation. Small states, hence, are the bedrock of adaptation and resilience of international the European Union by aligning the interests of other states regardless size and power. So that's why we have gathered here from around Europe these 3 days, to give a positive push to the quest for positive governance that transforms and encourages both theorists and practitioners to change the world via the power of and faith in the research, experience, intellect, ideas, and propositions, and most importantly, via the power of their smiles in times of uncertainty that fosters additional methodological conundrums. The strength of this workshop is that it has attracted academics, PhD students, and practitioners from around Europe who engage in the same research or almost the same research via different methodological and conceptual tools. So let's all smile, remain hopeful and optimistic in these uncertain and turbulent times, share our research and ideas with each other for positive change, produce novelty, and kick off this great event. Thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to everybody's contribution and discussions, and I welcome you with great pleasure to our institute and the workshop.
Thank you very much, Daphne. His research interests are in the fields of international trade, economic geography, and foreign direct investment, macroeconomics, economic development, and economic and business history. He's editor of the books Industry and Policy in Independent Ireland, 1992-1972, published by Oxford University Press. I think this year was the publication.
2 weeks' time.
2 years ago. And understanding Ireland.
2 weeks.
It's
Coming out in 2 weeks.
2 weeks, so it's
I'll tell you all about it. I'll bore you.
And another one, Understanding Ireland's Economic Growth, published by Palgrave. The floor is yours, Professor Barry.
Thanks. I'm going to stand up because I'm used to, you know, the lecturing and standing up. So thank you to the Institute for inviting me. Let me explain my connection with the Institute. FD, I don't know if you were in Dublin or colleagues of yours were in Dublin about 6 months ago presenting a paper, but I didn't attend the paper, but I saw it afterwards, and it's probably the origin of the paper you're going to present tomorrow that talks about Ireland, Greece, Cyprus and Iceland, a group of small states. And so the topic attracted my interest, so I read it and I gave you some comments, which I hope were appreciated. But anyway, they resulted in the invitation to come here and speak to you today. So this is, believe it or not, I let my passport go out of date for the first time since I was maybe 6 years old over the COVID crisis, and this is the first time I've travelled in about 3 or 4 years. It's incredible. It was exciting being at an airport yesterday. Except the plane was delayed by like 4 hours or something, so I remembered why I'd grown tired of international travel. Anyway, so I am an expert on the Irish economy. Why should you care about the Irish economy? There's no reason to. When you listen to this talk here, I want you to think about your own country and what lessons, not lessons you might learn, but ideas you might trigger for your own country's economic development. Because essentially the theme of my talk here is, how does a country find its own path to economic development? Every country's path will be different because every country differs in terms both of their history and their geography. And these are the two determinants of what a country's economic development path is likely to be like. So I'll be talking a little bit about Ireland's history and Ireland's geography, but not that this should be of great interest to you, but as I say, hopefully it will trigger ideas pertaining to your own countries. One thing Effie said there in her opening remarks that interests me is we normally think all the advantages lie with big states, because big states are the countries that set the agenda and can bully small states around the place. But small states have this amazing advantage as well, is that you can get away with certain things, certain policy developments that big states could not get away with. So Ireland uses its international tax advantages to attract primarily American multinationals. If France had tried to do the same 50 years ago, it wouldn't have been able to do that because the connotations of France doing that would be too dramatic for the rest of Europe. Ireland could do it because it was a tiny state. And, you know, so there are certainly advantages to smallness as well as there are advantages to large size. So on the taxi into town here yesterday, I got into a conversation with taxi drivers are well known all over the world for giving you a brief synopsis of their country's history and geography and everything else. And my taxi driver was talking about, I was asking about politics and economics, and he ended up spending most of the time talking about the Greek Civil War after the Second World War. That didn't surprise me because civil wars have a long-lasting effect. Ireland had its own civil war. Ireland, it has got its independence from the United Kingdom 101 years ago. So last year we celebrated the anniversary. As soon as we got our independence, the country broke out into civil war. You know, major tragedy. The current government we have for the first time ever is a coalition of the two main parties that fought each other in the Civil War 100 years ago. It took 100 years ago. It took 100 years for the legacy of the Irish Civil War to be removed from Irish politics. You know, so civil war leaves long legacies. And yet I'm going to make the point that the two parties that fought each other 100 years ago in the Civil War nevertheless learnt from the policy innovations that each of them introduced over their various periods in government. And so I think this is an incredibly important lesson for democratic countries to learn, is that parties that are opposed to each other politically still have a lot to learn from each other when they lose power and when the opposition takes power. And I'm not going to talk about Greece because, you know, I'd be afraid of, you know, putting my foot on a landmine. It's always dangerous to talk about countries that you don't know that much about, you know. But it does strike me, you know, that Greek politics is different from Irish politics in that way, and that Greek politics is more acrimonious between left and right than between, you know, the red, the civil war than Irish politics is. But let me. Already, I feel like I might have stepped in a landmine. You guys will alert me if I say something that's, you know, outrageously offbeat. Let me just say then, the title of the talk that I gave here. So I know this is a political economy or an international political economy conference. I'm really just going to be talking about economic policy, but I'm very happy if there's questions and answers afterwards to talk about the political economy or general political implications of what I talk about. But Ireland, when we got our independence from the United Kingdom, and it was an independence that was achieved through war. You know, we had a war of independence. Irish economists are in great demand in Scotland these days because Scotland is moving towards a second independence referendum. That won't be a consequence of bloodshed, fortunately, the way Irish independence was, but Scotland feels it has a lot to learn from Ireland, and certain other countries, you know, Catalonia and Spain and so on, pay attention to the Irish experience. So when we got our independence from the United Kingdom, we were essentially, you know, an agricultural exporter of, you know, food and drink products to the United Kingdom. That we had almost no industry, and that was the case 100 years ago. And even 50 years later, when we joined the European Union, along with the UK, if you remember, at one stage the UK used to be part of the European Union. We joined along with the UK and Denmark in 1973. We were still primarily an agricultural exporting nation. We were locked into the UK market, and the main advantage that EU membership offered the Irish economy at the time, in the perception of the interest groups who were battling for control of Irish policymaking at the time, the main advantage that EU membership offered was for Irish agriculture, because Britain, as the world's first industrialised nation, had always followed a cheap food policy. It wanted cheap food imports, so it imposed cheap food prices on Irish exports. For obvious reasons, it was to Britain's advantage to do so, whereas joining the EU would offer Irish farmers access to high European prices. So that was the main advantage that Ireland thought it was going to get from EU membership. The actual advantage that we got is completely different, of course. You know, the main advantage now that we can see with hindsight that we got from EU membership was it offered a huge market for the foreign multinationals that were already coming into Ireland since the major policy innovations of the 1950s. So I'm talking in a long economic history now. The main thing I'm going to talk about here are the policy innovations of the 1950s, when Ireland adopted the origins of its low corporation tax regime. That's probably one thing that people around Europe do know about Ireland, is that it has a low corporate tax regime that it uses to attract in primarily American multinationals, but multinationals from all over the world. But, you know, around half of those in Ireland are American, and the big employers are American. So many American multinationals that you will know of have their European headquarters in Ireland, you know, the likes of Google, Facebook, Apple, so Intel, Pfizer, so on. These all have their European headquarters in Ireland. So this really is the key to Irish economic development. And, you know, and not everybody is happy with that. Now, internationally, some people regard that as a sign of, you know, being a dependent economy. Well, we are dependent. I think it's in the nature of small economies to be dependent on larger economies. But this is the development path that Ireland chose, and essentially that we stumbled on, and that's the kind of key that I want to talk about here, is that the path, this development path that we stumbled upon in Ireland, we came to it in the mid-1950s, when Ireland had the deepest crisis of its 100 years of independence, was in the late 1950s, in the mid 1950s. That crisis was equivalent to the Greek crisis of the Eurozone era. And Ireland used that crisis, not necessarily consciously, but looking back in time, Ireland used that crisis to forge a new development path for itself. So I'm going back to the 1950s now to talk about, how did the country formulate this development path? I think that's the kind of interesting question that I talk about in these slides. So this book was mentioned here. So like I say, this book is coming out actually only in 2 weeks' time, and it encapsulates. So it's Oxford University Press, which I'm very proud of. Hopefully they're proud of me as well. But the last time I was here in Greece, speaking as an economist rather than on the DOS, as we say, enjoying myself, speaking as an economist, was actually at the origin of the Eurozone crisis, when Alpha Bank invited economists from a lot of peripheral countries around Europe to reflect on the experience of the Great Depression. And I thought that was a terrific project. So it ultimately came out in book form, and that was about maybe 2009 or something. I think the conference was in Corfu. But Alpha Bank brought economists from all over the European periphery to reflect on the crisis, on the Great Depression, because it was apparent at that time that a global financial crisis, which ran into the Eurozone crisis, of course, looked like a rerun of the Great Depression. And it was a terrifically far-sighted project to ask, how did the various peripheral countries deal with that crisis? And that was actually the first economic history paper that I wrote, where I reflected on the Irish experience, and that got me to fall in love with economic history. Before that, I was primarily a macroeconomist and a foreign direct investment economist, in which role, by the way, I've been invited to Iceland a number of times, speaking in my capacity as an expert on foreign direct investment. And actually at your institute was my first trip to Iceland, and later the Icelandic Employers Federation brought me over, because Iceland, the first time I was speaking in Iceland was 2007, just when the crisis was breaking out, and Iceland was already thinking, is there a new development path that we need to be thinking about? And so when you're an economist, these are the sorts of questions you love to be asked, because they're questions you normally don't ask yourself when you're sitting in your office just pursuing your own research agenda. Somebody asks you a question like this and you think, wow, what a fascinating question. And it really, liberates your mind and gets you thinking along new paths. So we all have Greece to thank for an awful lot of things, Socrates and Aristotle and so on. But me personally, I thank Alpha Bank for getting me into this whole area of economic history. When I was looking back at my lecture notes, when I give a broad outline of economic history of economics, modern economics, to MBA students, the content of my lectures depend on what's happening in the world at the time. So I looked at my latest set of lecture notes. So back 10, 15 years ago, Greece would have cropped up a lot when it was in the depths of the crisis, and everybody in Europe was talking about the Greek crisis and so on. Greece only crops up now in one slide when I'm talking about the Keynesian multiplier. And Greece is highly unusual. Again, I know you're from diverse countries other than Greece, but Effie did ask me to reflect on Greece to some extent in this talk. Greece is highly unusual for a relatively small economy, in that it is very closed to international trade, and that's one thing that stands out at me. So this is a slide of data that I put up to my students. Now, I would regard that as problematic for a number of reasons. I'll show you the data. Well, why don't I just show you the data first of all? There's different ways of measuring the openness or closeness of an economy. Exports as a share of GDP, or trade, that is exports plus imports. That's just one is generally double the other, because exports and imports are normally balance each other fairly closely. So you see there, so Greece in terms of exports as a share of GDP looks more like Germany which is a huge economy, than it does like these other small economies, Ireland, Belgium, and the Netherlands. So Greece, for a small economy, is remarkably closed to international trade. If I was going to say there's one thing that I would suggest as a target for successive Greek governments to work on, it would be to try and increase that number of exports as share of GDP. Why? One thing. Well, one thing, as I say, I talk about it in terms of just the Keynesian multiplier. Economies that are relatively closed have powerful multipliers. That is, changes in fiscal policy have dramatic effects on the economy. The more open you are, the more the effects of swings in fiscal policy leak out through the balance payments, and they don't stimulate your own economy that much. So the more open you are, the less dependent you are on swings in fiscal policy. And just given the nature of Greek politics, the little that I know about it, you know, you have a left-wing party coming in, followed by a right-wing party, followed by a left-wing party. You have these massive swings in fiscal policy in Greece that are incredibly destabilizing for the economy. You know, so if you're a more open economy, that would liberate you from the dependence of the economy on these fiscal swings. That's one thing. The other thing that I think about in terms of openness, right, is the more open an economy you are, it's like if you have a portfolio. The one thing, you know, you learn in finance, you know, from day one, is the importance of diversifying your portfolio. The more open you are as an economy, the more diversified you are, because if your own market collapses, there's likely to be some export markets that are doing relatively well, so they help stabilize your economy. So Ireland, you know, back through history, was entirely dependent on the UK economy. The UK, essentially from the First World War onwards, was a relatively slow-moving economy. So that wasn't a good economy for Ireland to be overly dependent on. When we joined the EU, our export markets diversified dramatically, and that diversification has proved very beneficial to us, because if the UK has a downturn, it's likely not all other economies will be, you know, have a downturn at the same time. So you have these benefits of portfolio diversification through openness. That's of course, there's lots more can be said besides the products that you produce matter as well. Ireland got out of Ireland experienced, you know, a wonderful COVID crisis. You know, we had a bit of a downturn, the same way as every country did, but the products that Ireland produces these days, on foot of the American multinationals that are in Ireland, you could not choose a better range of products to be specialized in for a COVID crisis. Pharmaceuticals, IT-enabled services, and information and computer technology and medical devices. These are the four big Irish sectors. What a perfect set of sectors to have when the world goes into COVID crisis. So Ireland had a great COVID crisis, not by any planning, but these happen to be the products that the American multinationals in Ireland produce. You know, I don't expect any other country to want to replicate that experience or to be able to, you know, but it's the benefits of openness for Ireland have been multiple on all sorts of fronts, and not all of these could be planned. But, you know, if there was one thing I would say, you know, successive Greek governments, you know, is try and increase the export orientation of your economy, because the benefits are myriad. The basic theme of my talk, and I'm not intending to go on for more than about 15 more minutes, is that's kind of okay, is the value of a marketplace. So we're all familiar with a marketplace. The marketplace for ideas is in many ways the most important marketplace. Many countries, the marketplace for ideas is cartelized by dominant political actors. The more open the marketplace for policy ideas that you have, the more benefit it is to your economy. There's an economic historian, Israeli-American, Joel Mokyr, one of the world's most important economic historians, who has talked about this in many respects. But I first came across the idea once once you make the point, even the idea is obvious how beneficial it is that you have a market for policy ideas. If you have an openness to new policy ideas, that allows good ideas drive out bad ideas. You know. So Joel Mokyr talks about this. The question he set himself originally was China had been more technologically more advanced than Europe prior to the Industrial Revolution, and yet the Industrial Revolution occurred in Europe and left China behind. China before the Industrial Revolution comprised 20% of the world's GDP. After the Industrial Revolution, until Deng Xiaoping in the late 1970s, it had fallen to like 5% of the world's GDP. Now it's gradually approaching back up, you know, to a share of GDP that's in line with its population or whatever. So China got completely left behind, even though it was technologically more advanced than Europe. And Mokyr puts it down to the competitive marketplace for ideas that you had in Europe. China was a massive authoritarian regime, still is most of our minds today, whereas Europe consisted of all these competing city-states. So if somebody like Copernicus, you know, or Galileo made an important intellectual breakthrough, and the city-state in which they were, the state in which they were living didn't like it, they could go else, they could migrate elsewhere in Europe, welcomed with open arms. So you had this competitive marketplace for ideas that allowed good ideas drive out bad ideas. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about what that means in terms of, you know, policy development in individual countries. But like all marketplaces, you know, no market functions without certain rules of the game that people adhere to. You know, you couldn't go down to the vegetable market at the end of your street and buy vegetables unless, you know, you trusted that the vegetables weren't going to be laced with poison, for example, or, you know, that there was some degree of, you know, understanding between you and the seller about, you know, the nature of the quality of the materials, or the fact that, you know, you weren't using counterfeit currency to buy them or whatever. So certain rules of the game that need to be adhered to for any marketplace to work. In terms of policy development, this really means that when a new government comes in, let's say a left-wing government comes in, it doesn't completely reject everything that the previous right-wing government may have introduced. It says, okay, certain of these policies prove to have been valuable. Let's keep them. Let's change the stuff that proved not to have been valuable. Thinking about this, you know, so British politics, you know, if you're in Ireland, follow British politics pretty closely. Tony Blair's long and relatively successful Labour government, you couldn't have imagined the reforms that Blair introduced had Margaret Thatcher not already been in power for a long period of time and changed the nature of, you know, the British economy. So, you know, Blair and Thatcher, even though they're very, very different characters politically, nevertheless, you know, the Blair government built on certain reforms and changes that the Thatcher government had introduced. And so that is, they took certain of the, you know, arch right-wing reforms that Thatcher had introduced and ran with them and said, yeah, we can live with these reforms, or some of them are even beneficial to our agenda. So that's sort of rules of the game that I'm referring to here. In the Irish case, again, going back to the mid-1950s, right? The 1950s is when Ireland stumbled across on this idea of, let's try and attract in export-oriented foreign multinationals. So the crisis of the 1950s was extremely deep. Emigration in the mid-1950s in Ireland was running at levels last seen in the wake of the massive famine of the previous century. So that's how bad the crisis of the 1950s had been in Ireland. And that's when these new policy ideas were formulated. Electorally, we had had a particular party in power for an unbroken run of 16 years. And then there was a period in the mid-1950s when we had 4 general elections, and each general election led to a change of government. So this massive electoral competition. And then the original party that had been in power for 16 years got back in and ruled for another 16 years. So we had this incredible political stability, followed by a period of intense electoral competition, which is when these new ideas came about. And then the original party, which didn't originate these new ideas, nevertheless was just smart politically and got back into power for another 16 years. But they picked up on the policy ideas that had been introduced by the opposition parties, and they said, wow, these ideas look like they'll work, let's run with them. And so that's what I mean by, you know, the value of, you know, electoral competition is hugely important. Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom, of course, and where all the trouble has been in for the last 30 or 40 years that you would have heard about on the news, of course. That's not Southern Ireland, where I come from. That's Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom. Northern Ireland, unlike Southern Ireland, was ruled by a single party for, you know, the first, let's see, from 1920 until the first time for a 50-year period. And then there was a brief coalition government, and then the Unionist Party came back into power again. So Northern Ireland was a one-party state, democratically, but a one-party state, and stagnated. No new policy ideas were there, and you know the kind of crisis that ended up with. So electoral competition is important. I remember giving a talk to visiting Vice Deputy President of South Africa when she came to Dublin with her ANC delegation, and I made this point, and she said, she was a very fun, witty woman. She said, "Oh, Dr. Barry, that was a great talk. We'd love to have you come to South Africa, and you know, I'd love to hear you present that exact talk, but leave that bit about electoral competition out of your talk." You know, so I mean, she was been funny, but you know, no political party wants to recognise that the opposition have good ideas. You know, but that's the way the marketplace for ideas, if it's competitive, works. Okay. Ideas versus interests. There's this Harvard development economist, Danny Roderick, who's promoted this idea. So his paper, it's called When Ideas Trump Interests. This is before Donald Trump, you know, became the US president. So his use of the word Trump here has nothing to do with Donald Trump. But you know, economists typically, the way we model economic policy, it's all about interest groups, which is the dominant interest group that gets to set the agenda. Roderick said, well, sometimes ideas do matter. You know, it's not all about interest groups. So he says new ideas about what can be done can unlock what might otherwise seem like the iron grip of vested interests. So countries, again, my taxi driver was complaining about the vested interests that dominate Greece. And every taxi driver in the world will complain about, you know, will say the same thing when they opine about their country's politics. They say, oh, it's all, you know, dominated by vested interests or whatever. Ideas sometimes do matter and sometimes do make a difference. So Roderick continues, just as we think of technological ideas as those that relax resource constraints, we can think of political ideas as those that relax political constraints. And interestingly then, he says, these enable those in power to make themselves and possibly the rest of society better off without undermining their political power. So the dominant party in government in Ireland, called Fianna Fáil, lost power for that brief period in the mid-1950s. We had a coalition government win 2 general elections. The first coalition government established what's called the IDA Ireland, the most efficient public sector organisation in Ireland. This is the one that's tasked with attracting multinationals to Ireland. So this was established by the first anti-Fianna Fáil government in 1949. The second anti-Fianna Fáil government introduced a low rate of corporation tax in 1956, and Fianna Fáil, you know, said we're definitely going to reverse these policies when we get back into power. Said they got back into power, and they said no, these policies look like they're sensible, and they ran with them. So they stayed with them. So they banked the policies that the opposition had introduced because they saw the potential. I've got one other slide, which is what I'm talking here about the value of electoral competition. The other thing, when I reflect on the Irish experience, is the incredible value of, you know, the Irish civil service. You know, people all over the world tend to criticize their own civil servants as, you know, high-paid wasters or whatever. If you look at how policies are developed in Ireland and in Britain and, you know, other countries that I've looked at, the value of having an efficient, motivated, independent civil service is huge. When Liz Truss became, remember she was British Prime Minister for a few weeks back, a few months ago, her first action when she came into power was to sack the head of the Treasury, the British Department of Finance. I said to my students that day, I mean, it was great. My students told me afterwards, you're such a genius. I said to her, this is the most stupid thing somebody could do. This is the craziest thing. So 3 weeks later, when I next see my group, my students, she was gone. She was gone. It was, it was obviously, a crazy thing to do is to sack, the Treasury. They have the British Treasury, the British Department of Finance, they have a particular line, like textbook economics. Not everybody likes textbook economics, but it's something you ignore at your peril. And Liz Truss thought she could tear up the economics textbook and do what she wanted, and the markets weren't going to react in the way that the Treasury warned her they were going to react. So you have the value of an independent civil service that's committed to not necessarily to its own agenda, but committed to telling politicians the way they, with the legacy of experience that they have developed, the way they understand the world is hugely important. So Ireland's most famous civil servant is this guy T.K. Whitaker, who was head of our Department of Finance. He described the traditional civil service principle. You gave your views as head of the civil service. You gave your views on any new proposals fearlessly, critically, honestly. You didn't care whether your views were likely to be what your minister wanted to hear. You gave them honestly and critically anyway. And then it was up to the minister they could reject the views. If they rejected them, then your job was to implement the policies without question, So that was the deal, and that's the way. And I had mentioned we had a civil war, a vicious civil war in the year after we got our independence. The following year, 1924, the civil service was reformed and an independent arbitration tribunal was set up to hire new civil servants, regardless of their politics or their experience during the Civil War and everything else. I think that was amazing for a new state to do something that far-sighted. And so the Irish civil service has been, a great, great, great benefit to Ireland. Okay, and my last point then is the following. To go back to Ireland of the mid-1950s, this very, very deep crisis, we had been following a protectionist policy, since independence. The way all the countries that got their independence at the end of the First World War turned protectionist because most of them were agricultural economies. Poland, the Baltic states, Finland, all the way down to, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Yugoslavia and so on. All of these countries by and large were agricultural states. Other than Czechoslovakia, all the others were predominantly agricultural states. They all wanted to industrialize. The zeitgeist of the time then was to adopt protectionist policies. And protectionist policies, they worked for a while in Ireland, but they ran into the sand by the mid-1950s, and it was clear that they had ran out of road. It was like China in the late 1970s, it was clear that it needed a new strategy, and so India in the mid-1990s, protectionist policies had run out of the road, and it needed to formulate a new policy agenda. So the Department of Finance that Whitaker was head of, it said we need to liberalise trade. But the problem was that all the industrial jobs that had been created over the previous 30 years had been created behind protectionist barriers, so they would get wiped out. So politically that was a no-no. But that was the Department of Finance advice. The other main economic department was called Industry and Commerce, and it was very protectionist. It said, no, you can't liberalise trade because all of these jobs will get wiped out, And that's the politicians, of course, were listening to the Department of Industry and Commerce because if all the jobs get wiped out, politicians are going to lose the next election. So Industry and Commerce was asked, well, what do you suggest? And it came up with this idea, let's use low corporation tax and see if we can get export-oriented foreign multinationals to come into Ireland. And this was the policy that was followed. So it was a big battle between these two hugely important government departments. And ultimately, the modern, and that was what happened. Industry and commerce won out. Ireland introduced low corporation tax in 1956. That's how long ago it is now. So that's like 70, almost 70 years ago. So, but the low corporation tax strategy only really started to have a big impact. It attracted the multinationals in almost immediately. So by 1973, when we joined the EU, its effects were beginning to be seen. But the effects only really became hugely important in 1992 when the single European market was formulated. And then every multinational around the world that had formerly been setting up production bases in France, in Germany, in Italy, everywhere else, because governments were able to say to until 1992, European governments could say to multinationals, unless you come and produce your pharmaceuticals in France, the French medical service is not going to buy your pharmaceuticals, and so on. And that worked for information and computer technology and so on as well. That was all made illegal under the Single European Act of 1992. And so suddenly the tax advantages that Ireland had introduced 40 years earlier in the mid-1950s suddenly really came into their own, and that led to the Celtic Tiger boom. So my point is, I was asked, is there a silver bullet that explains Ireland's success, because we started off as a relatively poor European nation at independence, and now we're a very rich European nation. My God, the job of our finance minister in drawing up a budget now is like the easiest job in the world. We have so much corporation tax revenue. What a great place to be. But there's unfortunately, there's no silver bullet that I can say. All I can say is this is like, so I do think, what I've been trying to do here is talk about the policy framework, how policies are made, and, the Irish experience has shown the benefit, I think, of having, an open marketplace for ideas, where ideas are free to clash and where the politicians are receptive enough that they take certain good ideas on board, no matter where the good ideas come from, even if they come from the opposition. Because ultimately, if you take your opposition's good ideas and run with them, that will pay you back electorally. So it's a win-win for politicians as well. Okay, I've said enough. I hope I haven't gone on too long. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Frank, for describing, let's say, the miracle of Ireland. I could say that there are some, let's say, keywords for me from what I heard from you, which perhaps Greece also should try to formulate a policy. For example, the new ideas, much more open economy, and efficient and independent service. Actually, Greece is suffering from an insufficient civil service for many years now. And of course, attracting foreign investments with an export-oriented strategy. I think all these are what you have described, the most important factors when we see that Ireland now is, I think, at least of GPT per capita, the first in Europe or the second after Luxembourg. Okay, there are other explanations about that, of course. It's not only all these factors, and but we could discuss it later. Now I would like to give the floor to my friend Professor Alfred Tobias. Alfred, a few words about him. He's Emeritus Professor of the Department of Course of International Relations of the Hebrew University. He was chairman of the same department from 2010 through 2012, before he served for 5 years as director of Leonard Davis Institute of International Relations at the same university. He held also the EU-sponsored Zamonet Chair on External Economic Relations of the EU. He was visiting professor in many other universities, like at the IIER, which is based in Barcelona. He was also the president of the Israeli Association for the Study of European Integration. and he's member of the steering committee of the FEMIS, the Economics of Economics. He has published many books and articles in some prestigious journals like the Journal of Common Market Studies, European Union Politics, Mediterranean Politics, Oxford Economic Papers, the World Economy and West European Politics. He is the author of the book of Mapping European Economic Integration, published by Palgrave in November 2013. Alfred, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much inviting me to this conference. And actually, it's not the first time I am here. And I'm a very, very, very good friend of this institute, of the director, and of Greece at large. And coming to statehood, Greece, Ireland, I ask myself to start with if Israel is still a small state or a medium-sized state, and this is the connection with this conference. Yesterday, the Statistical Bureau of Israel published demographic statistics, and we are reaching now 10 million population, which is not, or it's close to, if I'm not wrong, to what Greece is, with a roaring tiger economy. Now, you shall ask yourself if you consider that Greece is a small state or not. So this is a relevant question for this conference. Of course, the big difference with Greece and Ireland is that Israel is not a member of the European Union, but as you know, it's linked to Europe by history, maybe, put it simply, emerging as a state from the ashes of Europe after World War II, as the EU. Actually, the EU was born as the European Coal and Steel Community about at the same time that Israel was, and I think that these are the two biggest social science experiments of the post-World War II era. The creation of the European Union on the one hand, and the creation of Israel on the other. Actually, in terms of political regimes, etc., very different projects. Now, I have been working myself on external economic relations of the European community since the 1970s, 50 years, focusing on EU-Med relations and EU-Israel relations in particular. But as you know, and your director knows, external economic relations of the European community and then the European Union became in time only an appendix to what is called later on the EU's foreign policy. And that starts already in 1973, 50 years ago, precisely with the Yom Kippur War. So the first steps of what one would call European foreign policy at the time, European political cooperations, were precisely done regarding Israel and its neighbors. That's only anecdotal, but it's interesting. Now, my lecture will look into the existing evidence sustaining my thesis, whereby there is an ongoing discrete shift in the EU's foreign policy regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is based on the recognition that achieving peace will take much more time than it was thought barely a decade ago, 2 decades ago. A silent convergence of the EU's position on the Israeli one is now slowly emerging after in my lecture, after a short review of Israel-EU bilateral, mainly economic relations, I look at the EU's policies regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict until 2020, but I can prolong it until 2023. Nothing much has changed since then. I look at possible explanations for the lasting freeze in relations imposed by the EU on Israel from 2012 through 2022. That has a little changed a little in more recently, and is illustrated by the fact that no association council, as provided in the agreements between Israel and the EU, took place until October 2022. So the question should be whether or not the EU policies have served their purpose or they have backfired. Then, using a kind of IPE perspective, I try to analyze the changes that have taken place in the EU on the one hand and in Israel in the last 2 decades. The analysis that I do shows that the EU, a supranational soft power, has had to revise its policies gradually to adjust to the new realities, albeit with reluctance. So this is my program. Now I know that time is a constraint, and therefore I will have to do shortcuts. By the way, what I am going to say is put in an extensive, more detailed form in an article I published in the Israel Journal of Foreign Affairs. So if you need to look further, please, you can check the literature I have produced. Now, first of all, the bilateral relations of Israel between 1975 and 2004. We are speaking here about a long period of 30 years. Now, these relations were dominated until 1991 by the 1975 Cooperation Agreement, signed under Article 113 of the original Rome Treaty. This agreement of unlimited duration provided for the establishment of an industrial free trade area that was put in place by 1989, and for the EEC of the time, the free trade area was one more trade agreement. I insist on the word trade agreement, of those signed in the framework of the so-called Global Mediterranean Policy of November 1972. It was not an association agreement. It was simply a cooperation agreement, while Israel had wished to have much deeper institutional relations already then. Now, the real takeoff in relations from an institutional, that is, from a more political viewpoint, can be firstly dated to the beginning of the Oslo process. Now, exactly now, this dates 30 years old. And secondly, to the launch of the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership in 1995, whose objective, as you know, was to give a general framework for the reinforcement of political, economic, and social relations between the two Mediterranean coasts. In this context, Israel was offered to conclude with the EU an association agreement, this time with an entity which by then was much larger than the initial EU. We were speaking about 15 European member states by then. And this association agreement, I want to underline, is until this very day the only legal basis for EU-Israel relations. There is nothing new under the sun since 1995, institutionally speaking. Now, I am jumping here Now, from scratch, Israel was not happy to be included in such a Mediterranean policy, because Israel considered that it was different than all the other partners in this partnership, basically the Arab countries, which were economically very much developing countries at a time when Israel was a semi-industrialized economy and advancing very close to be an OECD typical country. Israel was complaining about this treatment, putting it in the wrong league of nations only for geographical reasons. And the economic asymmetry between Israel and all other Mediterranean countries, but for the exception of Turkey, has been increasing since 2004. The IMF is placing Israel nowadays just after Italy in terms of GDP per capita in purchasing power terms, ahead of Spain and Greece and Portugal and Slovenia and all the other roaring tyrants that might be in Eastern Europe. Israel is now the third most advanced economy in the Mediterranean after France and Italy, two prominent EU member states. I don't have time to elaborate on this, but we can discuss it. Now, after 2004, relations between the EU and Israel did not take a new direction, but that changed with the enlargement to the east. It was actually not the Euro-Mediterranean partnership, but rather the widening of the EU and the opening of negotiations with Turkey and Croatia with a view of their membership that led the European Commission, as you know, to urgently review its relations with countries in proximity to the new EU at 27 by launching the European Neighbourhood Policy. And the idea was, as you know, to anchor economically countries neighboring the EU while removing the prospect of their full membership. This policy was very attractive for Israel in that it was bilateral and differentiated. In other words, it took the specificities of Israel into account, and an action plan, like for all the other agreements that the EU signed with Morocco, etc., an action plan between Israel and the European Commission was concluded in December 2004. And what Israel liked very much is that the European Commission would apply what was called then positive conditionality that valorized shared values, rather than negative conditionality employed in the context of the EMP agreement of 1995, which contemplated a possible suspension of the agreement by one of the parties if human rights were not respected by the other party. Of course, even if the action plan and all these renewals proposed under the ENP took place, did not help much at all when, as a result of Operation Cast Lead in Gaza, the EU decided to freeze political relations, hence also the action plan attached to the ENP, and that took place in 2009. Now, by then, however, and people don't know normally this, two important separate sectoral agreements were in the making, one on agricultural free trade between the two parties, that is fully in place, and one open sky agreement liberalizing civil air transport traffic between the EU and Israel, which entered into force in 2013. Meanwhile, since the mid-1990s, Israel had been included in the EU's research and development space, as well as in its Galileo program. And of course, Israel was gladly accepted into the Erasmus program, of which I am sure that you, by vested interest, you know about. Now, I am going to make a shortcut telling you what my own view is of the EU policies before, say, 2015, basically, 2015. The EU has been fighting against all odds asymmetry between, on the one hand, Israel, and on the other hand, the Palestinian autonomy. Let me specify. The EU was a pioneer in recognizing the right of self-determination of the Palestinians, and this was embodied in the Venice Declaration. And the EU develops its own foreign and security policy, as you know, in Maastricht. And when the war of 73, Yom Kippur War, starts, it starts to make a linkage, a clear linkage between progress in relations with Israel and progress in solving the problem, the conflict with the Palestinians. In order to give some substance to it, when, as a result of Oslo, the Palestinian Authority was created, the EU, although under the table recognizing that there was nothing to compare between what Israel was economically and culturally, and call it what you want, and the Palestinians were, decided to sign an agreement, an association agreement with the Palestinians, which were not a state yet, and which economically were attached to the Israeli economy through a customs union agreement. But the EU did it for political reasons, to show its interest in having a state that could be compared to Israel, at least politically, although it knew that economically it was very, very, very different, nothing to be compared. And so it set a EU delegation in Jerusalem, dealing exclusively with EU PA relations, and nothing to do with the EU delegation in Tel Aviv. They were not on speaking terms, they were not speaking between them, because we were speaking in the eyes of the EU, two different states. Okay? Now, of course, the EU's position started to change a little after the 11th of September 2001, and then the tremendous, the numerous attacks, terrorist attacks of Islamic fundamentalism taking place in the EU itself. Among conclusions taken by Brussels already then was that since 2003, concretely, the EU considered Hamas to be a terrorist organization, something that continues until now. I am a frequent, not flyer, I am a frequent flyer, but I am a frequent participant in Mediterranean conferences. And I remember already in the 2005, 2010, nowadays so, that many scholars were saying, no, Hamas should not be considered a terrorist organization, and we should engage with Hamas because this is the only game in town on the Palestinian side. The PA is very, very weak, and particularly since the leader died in 2006, I think, Yasser Arafat. But already you see that here there is a little change. However, the EU in Brussels persisted in its idea that equivalence between the two sides should be a clear objective. And the EU made that clear, saying that it was committed to the two-state solution. And it did it even much before the United States did in 2001. However, one can say that since the beginning of the Second Intifada in 2000, the EU stopped dreaming about looking for a peace dividend. I have not had time to tell you that from 93 to 2000, more or less, there was this idea floating around also in Israel that peace would be very, very, very positive from an economic viewpoint. And I was part of this drive, I must say. And of course, the whole thing went down the drain when the Camp David negotiations of 2000 failed, and the Oslo process was put in the freezer, and a rebellion basically on the Palestinian side based on suicide bombing scared the Israeli public to death, and made or led to a review of things, as I will tell you in a moment, not only in Israel, but slowly in the EU itself. Now, what has changed since 2004? Very quickly, because I don't know how much time I have.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Very quickly, headlines. First, changes in Israel. First, change, of course, in the economic and social environment. From a small, semi-industrialized country, Israel has become, in my view, a medium-sized advanced economy. More than half of its industrial exports originate in the high-tech sector. And since 2009, and here the hand of God maybe is behind, quite unexpectedly important gas discoveries have taken place close to the Israeli coast. And exports of gas to Egypt, Jordan, and the PA are increasing right now, thanks to the exploitation of two gas fields, Tamar and Leviathan. Israel is now, for example, self-sufficient in gas for the next decades, and it can contemplate to export energy to many neighbors, much in need for gas, for development, and therefore this wields a lot of political influence on even some EU member states of Southeastern Europe, like Greece, Cyprus, Bulgaria, and Romania. And I can explain you that this is not only for energy reasons, and energy is part of strategy, of course, so it's that strategic export, a strategic good, but also for defense reasons. I will spare you the numbers. And then there is a change in Israel. The second change in Israel is the perception by the public opinion. Suicide bombing amid well-to-do urban populations made a quantum difference in electoral terms. The gains made by Hamas or other extremist groups in that is not clear to me, because apart from putting them on the map, aside of Fatah, they have been very successful in instilling fear and led to an assessment of the situation in Israel, even on the left. I mean, there were those on the right that were sure that the Palestinians are not serious in their recognition of the right of self-determination, but maybe in an exaggerated way, urban populations that can do otherwise do not accept at all urban terrorism. And the proof of what I'm saying is not in Israel, it's also in Europe, in the United States, etc. So that I have seen that the tolerance for this kind of thing is zero. That leads, of course, to a wait-and-see attitude, which is beefed in Israel by the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring, which in Spain, and I hail from Spain, in Spain was it expected that maybe there will be a Southern European type of transition in the Arab world, and everybody was looking at Tunisia, the wunderkind that is becoming a democracy, maybe Egypt, maybe that. I remember I was on this side because I bet on a peaceful transition to democracy. And in Israel, everybody was saying, no, we know the Arabs. I remember that. We know the Arabs, it's not going to work, etc. And unfortunately, I was wrong. So that is, they were right. I mean, the Arab Spring is a big disappointment for everybody, including for Europeans that were betting on that. I have heard this from the EU ambassador in Israel, that it was a tremendous disappointment in Brussels. Nobody speaks about this, but it is a fact. Now, the changes in the EU, there are there to explain what the conclusion of my paper, which is that the EU has incorporated in 2004 30 new member countries that understand better the needs and the aspirations of Israelis, be it on the security domain, being on the values domain, in many domains. And the EU itself has endured from 2008 until 2022 a trend towards inward looking for domestic problems. So Brexit, COVID, the Euro crisis in Greece, with Greece. So it didn't have time for foreign policy and for soft power, because we must remember that the foreign policy of the EU was more soft power than hard power when it emerged in '73 and afterwards. Okay, and there was a hope that soft power is an important asset of the European Union until the Union had its own problems. And having its own problems, people started to criticize from outside the EU, saying, don't patronize, don't sermonize, because you have your own problems, okay? And also the EU didn't have so much time for it. So that there has been a change even that I think not only goes to the establishments of the 27 member states, but even percolated to the public opinion, which is translated in the rise of Europopulism. In fact, there is hostility, open hostility in some countries towards Muslim immigrants, and people make kind of connections, wrong connections sometimes, between terrorism in Europe, immigration problems, etc. Okay, it's confusing, and populist leaders use this, but it is a fact that in Europe, public opinion has been veering or less sympathetic to relations with Arab countries. Did the EU take this change into account? No, I say very shortly, it didn't take this seriously, because the European Union diplomats follow, instead of leading, European public opinion. In European public opinion, the conflict of the Middle East is terrible. The conflict of the Middle East is seen on television. It has a lot of impact. on people's mind. And people, of course, say, how is this conflict not solved after so many years? And it's terrible, it's miserable, and the fault is, of course, normally of the stronger one, which is Israel. So this is a shortcut to something that is much more complex, but basically in Brussels they were not adopting a more hard-nosed approach, which is what is changing now, because the European community has realized itself that, first of all, it is not considered a serious intermediary possible between Palestinians and Israelis. That can only be the United States. This is recognized long ago. And all the pressure applied on Israel has backfired because the European Union has become I didn't have time, very unpopular in Israel and has not gotten points on the Palestinian side. And therefore, as I said, Hamas is out of the radar of the European Union. So basically, the European Union has confined itself to something that in Israel is considered very important, which is supporting the weak Palestinian Authority. In fact, without the economic support of the European Union, the Abbas government would have collapsed since long time. And in this, Israel and the European Union are in mesh, are connected. In fact, in that respect, Hamas is an enemy of the European Union because it sees the European Union as the ally of its own enemy, which is in Ramallah. That combined with the fact that in Europe, with very bad conscience, I think, one of the outcomes of the Arab Spring has been that the European Union has said soft power in Northern Africa is finished. They don't tolerate it. We stop with democracy promotion. Let's be much more timid and humble. And on top of it, watch out. We must support dictatorships like before. We don't like this. We don't ask this. It's like Israel that must handle with what is. We must handle with Sisi. Europe must handle with Sisi. Okay? And Jordan, etc. This is a realpolitik approach, favored, as a matter of fact, by Eastern Europeans in the European Union, and unpopular still in some countries like Ireland, but that slowly everybody is realizing that it's a hard nut to crack. I think that I want to add something that percolated in what I said. This is that the fact that the economic asymmetry between Palestinians and Israelis is only increasing with time, and the fact that Israel possesses assets that are starting to be very much appreciated, I think, in the European Union, makes that inevitably there are many people in Europe, particularly business people, but other people, telling the European Union to watch out, because I give you an example that I know particularly well, which is the example of Romania. Romania is a country that is that thinks that its main problem can be Russia, but immediately after Iran. Okay, so it's and the fact that Iran and Russia are having an agreement now, it's hair-raising for the Romanians. Okay, now the Romanians look around and what they see is that Israel is doing the right things as they see it. It's not I see regarding Iran, regarding Russia. They are a superpower in cyber. They have gas. They have high tech. They have many things, and they have a strong army. And Israel is exporting weapons systems, defense systems to Europe, something that was out of the question in the past. Now it appears that there is a huge contract that Germany has signed with Israel to have Israel provide defense systems against rockets. Something unbelievable if you think that 75 years ago, 80 years ago, Germans wanted to eliminate Jews from the earth, and now the Jews are helping Germany to defend itself against maybe an enemy, which I will not define here. So the last sentence is about, because probably you will ask about this, is about the Abraham Accords and all this new Eastern Mediterranean thing. Well, for once, I think that Israel is doing an error and not, as everybody is saying, a good thing, to look eastward in its foreign relations. First of all, because eastward there are all dictatorships. And I am very worried about dictatorships and links with countries of the kind like Saudi Arabia. Okay, so this is one first problem. Of course, what I hear in Israel is to say, what can you do? We live in the jungle, so we must deal with the jungle. Okay, but this being said, it remains that not only the democracies are to the west of Israel, but on top of it, the markets are on the west of Israel. So I keep saying, what do you think that this Abraham Accords is because we can travel to Dubai, etc., that this is our salvation? This is peanuts when we compare economically the two sides. Okay, there is too much attention paid to this. Of course, I am for having relations with everybody, with China, etc., etc. But don't exaggerate. Don't lose your focus. I will stop.
Okay, Athens, thank you very much. I'm sure that you have raised a lot of issues and questions from participants. You tried to describe from Israeli perspective, of course, the history of the EU-Israel relationship, and you pointed out some very critical years like the Oslo Accords, of course, about Israel's participation in European Mediterranean Partnership, which failed. Not Israel's participation, but as such, the EMP has failed, as well as its successor of Mediterranean Union for that time. You emphasize, of course, the increasing asymmetry, economical speaking, between the Arab neighbors of Israel and Israel. And also, I think, focusing also on ENP, you pointed out that soft policy of European Union is not going in a proper track. And I could add to that ENP, at least its southern dimension, has changed completely. It's putting emphasis, and I agree with you, mainly on security rather than on values. They have forgotten about values and transferring the European values at least to the Arab countries. And also in you described also these changes which are taking place in Israel, that the environment has changed completely, the political environment, and of course the change of public opinion towards Israel, towards European Union. And I remember in a conference which took place in Jerusalem, Avinieri has come when he was General Secretary of the Foreign Ministry, and he told us in a rather bluntly way, because it was the conference about the EU-Israel relationship, that EU has not any leverage to Israel. The United States have Israel because they could sell arms or giving us arms. So even in the hard, EU is not able to formulate a hard policy towards Israel. So you again explain us the consequences of the economic asymmetry between Israel and the Arab countries, and you are a little bit pessimistic, I think, about EU prospects of influencing the developments in the Middle East. So thank you very much, and I'm giving the floor now to Dimitris Kourkoulas, who was Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece, responsible for European affairs and economic diplomacy for 3 years, from 2012 until 2015. He has served as EU ambassador because he was administrator at the European Commission as EU ambassador in Lebanon, the first ambassador of the EU after the war. After the end of the war in Lebanon, you're also in Bulgaria during the period of negotiation, a very critical period for the accession of Bulgaria into the European Union, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And from 2010-12, he was director of General Directorate of Enlargement of the European Commission, responsible for the EU strategy and policy of enlargement in the Western Balkans, Turkey and Iceland. From 1992 to 1997, he was head of the European Commission's Political Relations Department of Central and Eastern European countries. He graduated from the Law School of the University of Athens and continued his postgraduate studies at the University of Bonn and Cologne in Germany. Also, he was the author of a book which was published in Greek and make a very large impression, Don't Suit Europe, published by Epikendro.
I think I have to sell it to Israel.
Yeah. Yeah. Dimitris, for the next 20
Thank you very
minutes,
much. I would like, first of all, to congratulate the Institute of International Economic Relations for organizing this workshop on a subject of paramount importance in these times of international instability, where especially small and medium-sized countries and states feel more vulnerable. I also want to thank you personally, Professor Tsardanidis, for inviting me to take the floor at such a high-level academic center, although I'm not an academic myself. I'm just a practitioner of European diplomacy, and I'll try to bring to bear both the perspective of a EU diplomat, as I have been for many years, and the Minister of European Affairs of a small country like the EU member like Greece. I heard with a lot of attention the two previous speakers, professors. Perhaps on the Middle East, I propose that we organize a 3-day seminar. As you said in my CV, I have served for 5 years in Lebanon, and I have been dealing with the Middle East for many years, also from Brussels, all the peripecias of the EU-Israeli relations, the rules of origin for products from the occupied territories, and a lot of controversies. I consider myself a big friend of Israel, and we all admire the achievements of the Israeli state. At the same time, I had to say very briefly that when the European partnership, the European Mediterranean partnership started in the 90s, it was a very ambitious program. We thought in Brussels, and now we know that this has failed totally, but we thought that this is in the interest of all of us, including Israel. And we thought that Israel would be the first
to promote the idea of this not only trade, economic relationship, but also cultural relationship, in order to bring the two sides of the Mediterranean. And I think if the European Mediterranean partnership had succeeded, which did not, this would have made the life of Israel much better, because if you are in an area, I think you should not be proud that your enemies are becoming more poor and are living in more difficult conditions. This is not good for the stability, this is not good for the prosperity. The European Union, of course, is not the big player. Of course, the United States is the big player, but the European Union contribution is very important. Just to remind you, because I have visited all the Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon, where you are really ashamed of the conditions as international community that these people are living, some of them since 1949. The European Union is the only international body who still supports financially all these poor people that are living under incredible conditions. And I think that it is in the interest of all of us to improve the situation also of the Palestinians in Israel. And when the Oslo peace process started, and we were all talking about the dividend of peace, we thought that this is also in the interest of Israel. So I could not agree with Professor Tobias that, okay, we are perhaps naive to believe that also Israel is supporting the two states, but at that time, don't forget, okay, now it is a different situation. Now I think we have to review a lot of things, and we have been doing it. But at that time, the president of Israel, who was killed, he was one of the big promoters. So perhaps being naive, we thought that this is a genuine wish of Israel. Now, a few words about Ireland. When I joined the European Commission in '81, Ireland was the big problematic country of the EU of 10 at the time. And unemployment was extremely high. I mean, you know it better than what I have to say is that now Ireland is a model for us, for Greece, for many reasons. One of them is the very clever use of cohesion funds that your country put mainly to human resources, and now you have a workforce who is highly qualified. I would say that most or all of my Irish colleagues in the Commission have always been high flyers and very competent people. Just to remind to you that the current president of the Eurogroup, Pascal Donoé, who used to be European minister when I was, and I know him very well, an excellent, and he's now president of the Eurogroup. So the Irish civil servants have done also within the European institutions a very good job, and this is a model, I think, for many countries of this size. Now, coming to our subject, the principle of sovereign equality of all countries, of all states, of course, was written in the UN Charter in 1945, that all states are equal before the international law. In reality, we all know that in international relations, that small states are facing some vulnerabilities, and size matters, as it was said before. For this reason, I think, small states show a preference to multilateral organizations, because these multilateral organizations reduce the power asymmetry which exists between big and small, and imposes some constraints to larger and stronger states. So they recognize, small states recognize the role of multilateral diplomacy, and contrary to the public perception, at least here in Greece, that if you integrate a unit, a global or regional, you reduce the room of maneuvering of your country, which is small. There is the perception and the fear that if you get into an alliance with a more powerful country, let's say if you enter the EU, where Germany, we all know and accept, is the predominant economic power, you just make your country more vulnerable to the German supremacy. This is a myth that is very popular in Greece. It is better, they say, to stay alone, to stay away. But as we heard from our Irish colleague, there is no possibility of economic growth if you are closed. And you cannot, in this globalized economy, you cannot close your economy. So I think that those that believe that it's better not to go into an alliance with a stronger country, they have a misunderstanding because they compare the situation where you are in the EU, let's say, and you have a country who is more influential than your country, Germany, with an ideal situation where all countries are equal, which does not exist. So you have to compare the situation where you are in the EU with the situation where you are not in the EU, which means you are in the classical, let's say, traditional international relationship, where the difference of influence and power is even stronger and makes you even weaker. So now, when we speak about small countries, I think there are different criteria. I'm aware of the criterion that was introduced by the Commonwealth, 1.5 million, more than less than 1.5 million population. I think this definition is not very helpful when we speak about the EU, about small and medium states in the EU. Out of the 27 member states, now we have 7 who have a population of more than 12 million. And among the 20 other states, 12 have between 5 and 12, and 8 have below 5. So I think for the purposes of this short presentation, when I say about small and medium, I mean below 12 millions, which means 12 member states who have 5 to 12, and 8 which have below 5 millions. So the population is also important within the institutional framework of the European Union to determine the weighting of votes that each member state has in the Council of Ministers, and also the number of members of the European Parliament. However, in many other institutional areas, all member states are treated equally, no matter their size. For example, each member state is able to nominate 1 commissioner, and each member state takes a turn holding the 6-month presidency of the Council of the European Union. And of course, all the decisions that are taken by unanimity, they give to each country, big or small, the right to veto the decision. Of course, it goes without saying that greater member states are more influential in shaping the European policies, European legislation, not because just they have more votes in the Council of Ministers, but because they have more financial, diplomatic, administrative resources. In my view, this inequality is inherent to the system of international relations. It is not just something that appears in the European Union, and it is less strong, this inequality, in the European Union than outside the European Union. I think that small and medium-sized states, they enjoy a more favorable situation inside the EU. First of all, the EU decision-making process is based on very clear and detailed legal rules that are subject also to the scrutiny of the European Court. This is a very big asset for weak countries, for small states, because this does not leave room for unilateral action of the most powerful countries. Furthermore, the smaller states, they rely on the European Commission, either in the Commission committees that prepare legislation, or the Council working groups also, at the level of the COREPER also, where most of the legislative procedure is taking place and it's agreed. Most of the legislation is agreed at this level, COREPER and working group, rather than ministers. So, because of the lack of very important administrative capacity, small countries, they gather information from the Commission, and they use the Commission, let's say, as an advisor for policy areas where they have a limited capacity. So they tend to cooperate better with the Commission, the small states, which, by the way, the Commission has the institutional obligation to represent the interests of the EU as a whole. Also, the smaller states, they tend to support the community method. I think we know more or less, I'm not going to go there, which gives also more important role to the European Commission. So, as I said before, the European legislative procedure, which is very transparent and allows small countries with limited capacity of resources to access information that otherwise would have not been accessible to them. And this, I think, increases also the quality of the legislation, especially for small member states that they don't have all these resources. Also, the European institutional system gives very important possibilities for coalition building, either with bigger member states or with smaller. So there are many examples of successful coalitions in the recent history of the European Union. For example, my own country, Greece, for many years was cooperating very closely with Ireland, with Spain, with Portugal, to promote the cohesion policies of the European Union, which did not exist, let's say, before the 80s. It is rather a new policy. Another way in which a smaller country in the European Union can increase its influence is the 6-month turning presidency of the Council of Ministers, which gives the opportunity to the country to improve its reputation. This presidency is not anymore so glamorous as the previous system. It has been changed, it was changed by the Treaty of Lisbon, but nevertheless it gives the opportunity for smaller states to improve their reputation and to have a greater insight in the policy process of the European Union, the European Parliament, where you have to dialogue during this 6 months presidency. Okay, so as I said before, the European Council, head of states or governments, all the decisions that are taken there are made by consensus, which means that even a small country has a veto at these European Council decisions. For example, this is very important for the multi-annual financial framework, the budget of the European Union for the 7 years. Decision-making in the Council of Ministers is achieved either by unanimity or by qualified majority, depending on the process agreed and foreseen by the treaties. So, for qualifying majority voting, the number of votes of each member state depends also on its size. So you have the large populations who have 27 to 29 votes. You have the medium-sized countries with 7 to 14 votes, and the small countries 3 to 4. But anyway, the small countries are overrepresented also in this way of voting system. And this voting mechanism, I think, prevents the hegemony of a larger nation or larger nations. Now, a few words about the economic aspects of the participation of a small country in the European Union. I think it was our Irish colleague who said about the size of the market and the need, and also why Ireland managed, say, to exploit the opportunities of the single market by this low tax regime. So I think that first of all, in any kind of economic or commercial international negotiations, by being part of the European Union, you have a say. Otherwise, countries like my own would have not been able to influence the EU, China, or EU, India, or whatever commercial negotiations, or the WTO negotiations, by the way. But I think the most important aspect and the most positive aspect is that being a small country, which means with a very limited internal market, you cannot attract big investors. But being part of the internal market gives you access to the biggest world market and makes small countries put them in a position to attract big, let's say, global investments. We have also the example of Ireland, but we have also less known examples. For example, why China came and invested in the port of Piraeus, COSCO, because of the internal market, because they can now come here, and from here they can send their goods to Munich or to Hamburg or to Paris without any control. It's not only the customs duties that have disappeared even before the internal market, it is that all the formalities, you can send now goods from here to Munich the same way you send them from Athens to Thessaloniki. So this is a huge advantage, especially for small countries that do not have an internal market big enough to support big investments. Now, in the area, and I will conclude with this, in the area of diplomacy, of course, small countries cannot have diplomatic missions all over the world. They have limited resources. Now, the diplomatic network of the European Union, which was upgraded by the Lisbon Treaty from European Commission delegations to European Union delegations, they are present in 180 countries. This is more or less the same as the big countries, as France, as Germany, as before the UK. So 180 delegations, and according to the Treaty of Lisbon, they have the obligation to give, to assist member states that are not represented in this specific country, and also to give to European Union citizens support in consular matters if they don't have their own national embassy in the country where they have the problem. I think this is a very, very important progress. Now, speaking about foreign policy, I think there is also another prominent example of how a small country can influence the foreign policy of the European Union, and I refer to something that Professor Tsardanidis knows very well. I think we all know, it's not a secret, that it was Greece that followed a policy of promoting the accession of Cyprus to the European Union, and Greece was able to influence this decision and come to a positive outcome, despite the fact that initially this idea of Cyprus accession was not accepted by any country in the European Union, neither the US time. So I think this is a very good example. I'm not make any. Okay, at that time, the idea of the European Union was that the accession will happen together with the solution of the Cyprus conflict. This didn't happen, and this is a big discussion. But it was the biggest diplomatic, say, success of Greece since Greek accession. A small country managed with systematic diplomatic effort to achieve this objective. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Dimitris, for explaining with so many reasons why the membership of the European Union for small states is very valuable from economic, political point of view, and that although you said that small states in the European Union, all the states are equal. However, I think it depends on what issue area we're discussing about. Because if we're discussing about Eurogroup, then because of the experience we have seen in during the crisis, there were some states like Germany which were able to exert tremendous influence and formulate the policy towards islands, towards Greece, towards Portugal, of course. So on the other field, in the issue of the foreign policy, because of the decision-making system, the small states are able to exert influence, and sometimes I think this influence which exert is not in favor of the European integration. For example, I remember Lithuania was able to press European Union of not improving its relationship with Russia before Ukraine. So small states, you're right, they have a lot of power and they have smart policy, are able to exert influence. But okay, we could discuss about that.
There's a lot of discussion, as you know, about unanimity in foreign policy.
Yes.
And even Greece has not clear, with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as far as I know, in some cases they want to have a majority, in others they never keep. So it's not an easy discussion.
Because exactly of this influence which would have, especially in the foreign policy. So we have some time before lunch is being served to ask questions or to intervene. Please, if you like, to put your name on the table to be clear who is willing to.
Behind
The hand.
Yeah, I raised that.
Okay,
I already raised that.
you? Okay,
All right, so am I taking the floor first? Or?
because you are in the disadvantage, please.
Okay.
You put.
Thank you so much. My name is Spiros Litsas. I'm coming from University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki. First of all, Sanatova, professor. Thank you all so much.
Sorry,
Yeah.
interrupting. I collect 3-4 questions. Then you have the chance to answer it. If there is time, we'll have the other questions.
Okay, so I have one question. Very important. Yeah, all right. I'd like to thank Mr. Kurkula for his presentation. My contribution is going to be, on the total opposite point of view, because I'm developing a theory, a new theory, that small is irrelevant and now smart is what really matters in international politics. So perhaps we will find the opportunity of discussing that further. However, my question goes to Professor Barry. I'm a great admirer of Ireland. I've been there so many times. You also had to mention that the state aided the universities, to be developed further in Ireland and continue the may I use the word, glorious academic tradition, for example, University of Belfast, and so on and so forth. However, my question is the following: how did you manage to persuade or to cope with Brussels pressure regarding the low corporate taxes? Because during the crisis, we tried to do the same. However, it was impossible for us. And as far as I remember, you also had some issues, in particular with Apple, right, in Ireland, and with the fact that your government issued extremely low taxes that had been considered by Brussels as an anti-European financial antagonist, if I may say so. So, my question is this one.
Professor Patch, please.
Two questions. One to Professor Barry, please. You spoke about the importance of competition and ideas, and also the political system and the value of an independent civil service, with which I agree. What do you think about governance, the institutions, internal institutions? Because some would say, uncontrolled internal investment for small states can also be their poison pills, source of penetration. And to Professor Tobias, I really admire the way that spoke about about change, and attitudes, policies. I think Europe is on the right roads to balance more its humanitarian aspects of its foreign policy with its realpolitik, towards Iran, towards Russia, towards many of the bad boys out there, including China. And what I was going to ask was, how do you see now in the future, in this scenario, Israeli European relations developing? Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Kalapati.
Thank you. I have one question for Professor Barry. I think if you want to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
You said something that really struck me. I'm an economist by trade, as we say. So before stepping into international relations, I was primarily studying economics. You said that there was a time in Ireland when there were these electoral competition, political instability with multiple governments, one after the other. What was the reaction of the multinationals? Like, we constantly been taught while I was a student that in order to maintain companies, especially multinationals, in your country, you need to provide several things like tax stability, and political stability was one core part. And I'm quite shocked that these American multinationals actually stayed. Was it something unique that Ireland did in order to persuade them not to leave the country during this time? Thank you.
Okay, Professor Barry.
Oh yeah, so I have a question for Mr. Korkulas. The talk that you gave there basically in defence of the EU and its defence of small states, that would be taken as given in Ireland, that like the electorate in general would understand that, and it just struck me and I hadn't really thought about it before, that presumably the Greek electorate is much more hostile to Europe. And I'm wondering, it probably always has been. I mean, Ireland, since the day we joined, has been pro-European because the advantages have been so obvious, initially to agriculture and later on, to industry. And the Greek experience is presumably different. But I'm wondering then, has the Greek electorate become more hostile or suspicious of Brussels since the Eurozone crisis? And I think the Eurozone crisis was bad for the European project in general, and I had actually been not in favour of the EU proceeding to the Eurozone project until much later. I think the conditions were not right. But I'm just wondering, about I thought your talk there was almost like a political speech to the Greek electorate, to me, in saying this is the reality of European defence of small states. And it just strikes me that I'd love to know, what the Greek electorate's attitude to Europe is.
May I say something for the procedure? If somebody would like to intervene, even before somebody else would make a question, if he is in the list for questions, he put his hand that if he considers this is very important and might contribute to the topic we're discussing. Okay? Next is Professor Shuka. X. Yeah. Sorry for pronouncing.
No, as usual, it's very difficult to pronounce even in my country.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Director. My question is for Professor Tobias.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you all the panelists. Professor Tobias, thank you for your contribution. We know something more elements about the conflict and your country. For instance, I stress that with these figures, that from the last days, your country had 10 million, when in the foundation of Israel, in May 1948, was, if I'm not wrong, 800,000. Around. So this shows the growing and the dynamic and why it's gathering of Israelis people. I want to know, because in my previous life, when I was not only in the university, when I was in the public life, in the parliament, I spent a lot of time in the so-called two-states solution. Something who is more or less over inside the public opinion of your country. Mention official statements and official position of the European Union and international community. Touch the internal feelings, and you mentioned even that the left parties don't follow anymore this idea. I have regular basis and relation with Israelis, and really I am witness that this happened with all the parliament scenario, not only with the right on the position in the ruling. So we are moving from the two-state solutions to a binational state. Maybe, if I am not wrong, around 14%, maybe more than 14% of your people with Israeli passport are Arab people, are growing in demographic terms more than the Jewish people. So, in order to conclude, my question is, which is your academic perspective about the future and the step forward of this scenario? If the two-state solution is not realistic inside your society, I have not mentioned US position, brackets. Abraham agreements are very related with the previous US administration and with Trump administration, but this is another question. I conclude by brackets. What do you expect, and what's your approach?
I should take all the questions because we have a lot of time. Professor Brifa.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. I enjoyed all the presentations. My questions also for Professor Barry. In your remarks, you gave quite a compelling case for having open economies for small states and the benefits to avoid these fiscal swings domestically that you were talking about. I'm not an economist by any measure, so my knowledge is very superficial, but from my studies of small states so far, I've also come across a lot of challenges as a result of having open economies, because you are then more disproportionately exposed to shocks that originate outside your country. So here I'm thinking of, for instance, the Libya crisis, when tourism to Malta was affected, even though it had absolutely nothing to do with, what was going on in proximity, or during the COVID-19 pandemic, many small island developing states didn't have a single case of COVID, but they went into economic crisis because of the shutdown in tourism. So these external shocks affect small states because of their open economy. So I'm just wondering if you could speak something to this other side of the very positive picture painted, and whether there's something small states can do to build resilience to those kinds of challenges if they go for the kind of approach you advocate. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Michaelis.
No, I had a seventh question for Professor Roubaris, so I would withdraw it. I have 6 questions already, so I do not ask.
Okay, Professor Thors.
Short, thanks for excellent presentations. I felt that you all touched on a concept, even though you mentioned it. Although Professor Barry might have mentioned in the beginning, as small states as free riders. So my question is, if you look at Europe, Ireland, Luxembourg, can we describe them partly as free riders? If you look at Norway, Iceland, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, they are free riders when it comes to the European project, European integration. Do small states need to be free riders to succeed and be able to offer the citizens better living standards than citizens are offered in the larger states? And then the final question, the final question, is the EU increasingly restraining or putting constraints on small states as free riders?
And Ms. Jill Benhaba.
Thank you. Well, it is, I guess, the 7th or 8th question for Professor Barry as well. And it follows on what Professor Thorhalson said on Luxembourg. Like, I work in Luxembourg, but I work in topics of parliaments and not economic history or nothing like that. So I was just wondering if you could draw any parallels in the economic development of Ireland and Luxembourg. Like, Luxembourg was in the steel and the European coal and steel community and so on. So other than the multinational corporations and the low taxes for them in Luxembourg and in Ireland, is there any other sort of parallel you could draw, like for example with the ideas and the competition that drive innovation or something like that? Thank you.
Okay. Professor Barry. You have a lot of questions.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, okay.
You are not obliged to answer all of them.
No. Well, let me try, but I'll try and be brief, and I'll take them in order. So a few of them pertain to corporation tax, and I kind of knew that this would obviously crop up. So the first question was, has Brussels put pressure on Ireland about corporation tax? And you had mentioned in particular at the time of the Eurozone crisis, when Ireland and Greece and Portugal and a few other small states were particularly adversely affected. And this was an issue pushed by France in particular, that France said, we're not going to support a bailout to Ireland unless it changes its corporation tax. And the rest of the EU and the IMF said that is the craziest idea, because and Ireland recovered very rapidly, and it recovered very rapidly because of the multinationals. And so, I mean, but France has its own agenda. You know, for me as an Irish economist to think, you know, that Ireland is damaging France, you know, when Ireland is a tiny country, and France has its own problems, and you know, and the French government have been struggling under various administrations to try and tackle its own problems. And it just seems crazy to me that the French electorate should, or some elements of the French electorate should be blaming Ireland for France's problems. France has enough problems of its own. So anyway, France was overruled by the other countries, and Britain was part of the negotiations as well. And you know, and Britain said it defended Ireland's corporation tax. And then you mentioned Apple, you know, so yeah, the Apple case, it put Ireland, the Irish government, in a very strange position, because the European Court of Justice said Apple owes something like 8 billion in unpaid taxes, and it's owed to Ireland, and the Irish government disagreed and said, we're not going to collect that tax. And it took a case. very, very strange. And like Irish economists were torn apart by this. I think the Irish government was right, because if it had taken the taxes, it would have been an admission of wrongdoing. And I think there was no wrongdoing. So Ireland appealed, and the appeal eventually came in Ireland's favour. But so winning the appeal meant we actually lost the 8 billion in taxes. But ultimately those taxes were due to the United States rather than to Ireland. Very, very complex case. And this corporation tax stuff, the intricacies of corporation tax, in my career of 40 years or whatever as an economist, this is the most complex stuff I've ever studied. It's hugely complex. But I thought the Irish government was right in taking that appeal to the European Court of Justice, and eventually it went Ireland's way. Yeah, so I mean, but I know, like the former head of the Irish Central Bank, who's an economist, disagrees with me on this. He said we should have admitted we were guilty and taken the 8 billion. But ultimately, we were found not guilty. Anyway, that's the complex issue. You mentioned, Professor Pace, there about governance, and so on. Governance is crucial, and I've written papers on this as well. So the couple of things that I talk about there, the marketplace of idea pertaining to politicians and to civil servants, I'm using that as simply my entree into that whole field of governance, which is clearly crucial. So governance is the big issue, and I was just using these as elements within that whole context of governance. So governance is clearly important. And of course, there's no easy solutions. You can't say, how does a country get good institutional capacity? But I regard as what I'd call institutional capacity as the key issue, and that's really kind of what I was speaking to. But one could write books and books on all of these things. But I'd like to I mean, the first time for many of us that Malta, at least in Northern Europe, that Malta came for notice, it was the killing of the journalist there a few years ago, and suddenly people began to think, oh my God, we thought Malta was a normal, stable democracy, and so suddenly you begin to think, well, I don't know anything about Malta other than that, but I'd love to talk with you offline about this, as I say. So then there was a question about the electoral turmoil and how the market responded to that. The electoral turmoil, now the electoral period of electoral turmoil that I was talking about was in the mid-1950s, which is when we adopted the FDI strategy. So it was kind of, the timing wasn't such that it would drive the multinationals away. But interestingly, it was a period of electoral turmoil, but it wasn't turmoil about what the attitude towards multinationals was going to be, because all parties ultimately agreed on this new strategy. But your question brings us right up to date, because in the coming general election, Sinn Féin, which is the party, it was the biggest party in Northern Ireland now, but of course the Northern Unionists won't recognise that, so they've pulled the Northern Ireland government apart. But it's a strong possibility it will be the leading party in the next government in Southern Ireland after the next general election. It has never been in power. It started out as a very, very radical party, and in fact, next weekend I'm having dinner with their finance spokesman, likely to be the new finance minister, so replacing your pal. But they have moved very much to the centre on corporation tax. Corporation tax, they say, is like, the goose that lays the golden egg, so you don't want to kill it. And Sinn Féin have moved from the margins to the centre because and I mean, this is a question I've had about Hamas as well. Every radical party, once it moves towards government and becomes a party of government, every party that I can think of ditches some of its most radical tendencies. And I've kind of thought, again, maybe we could chat over coffee about this, but, giving more, not support to Hamas, but recognition or dealing with it, bring Hamas into the discussion, I thought might remove some of its radical tendencies when it won power in Gaza and so on. So again, look, these are all huge issues. All I can do is just throw a few ideas out. does openness, yeah, so your question about whether openness exposes you to shocks more than in a closed economy does. It exposes you to a different range of shocks. So there's absolutely no definitive theoretical answer to what you're asking. Are you more or less exposed to shock? But my portfolio analogy is the one that I would use there, is that the more open you are, it's like diversifying your portfolio, and diversification is always a way of reducing shock. So you think like China today versus China under Mao. You know, China under Mao Zedong for decades and decades experienced no economic growth and was subject to massive shocks, like because Mao Zedong at a whim could foment the Cultural Revolution and the economy was destroyed, you know. So when you're a closed economy, you're subject to the whims of politicians and you're subject to massive domestic shocks, you know, whereas when you're an open economy, you're subject, as you say, to international shocks, but you still have a kind of more diversified portfolio. Again, I mean, it's a huge question, so that's like my one-line answer. Luxembourg, I don't know enough about the economy of Luxembourg, I'm afraid, to be able to say anything. But I did write a chapter for the European Central Bank of the EIB, European Investment Bank, which is based in Luxembourg, right, on this FDI stuff. But again, I'd be happy to chat with it over a chat about it. And the question from Iceland and free riders and so on, that's one thing I can't give you a glib one sentence answer on this one. So rather than giving you a glib full chapter and verse, I'm just going to keep the touch on it, and hopefully somebody else will take it on board. Now, sorry, I've gone on way too long. I'll leave it over to you guys.
Alfred. Yes. Unless I am mistaken, there were two questions to me. I will start by the last one, which I think was about the future or non-future of the two-state solution. Well, I want to make a generalization of social sciences that maybe helps also in general for everyone. And this is that I have observed over my life that the mood, what is called the mood of the public, can change quite rapidly, surprisingly, when there is a new constellation. Why I am astonished, for example, how quickly the Germans have come to the idea that they must rearm when the Ukraine crisis came suddenly to their eyes, because before they were all for economic interdependence and assessing the situation differently. So things can change sometimes for what you would consider in your values for the best or for the worst. I don't know if you consider the change in Germany something positive or not. I am a social scientist. I want to be neutral about this. It is a fact that public opinion about a given thing can change rapidly when external conditions change as well. Okay. This being said, is because although now I'm very pessimistic about the two-state solution, watch out, it might change. Now the question is, what might change or don't change? That's the big question. Change on the Palestinian side, change on the Israeli side. What is my assessment about this? In Israel, the idea is that we have leeway not to make peace now. If the motto of many people was, at the time when Sadat said, let's make peace, he came forward, okay, good enough, we give all the Sinai back, okay, all the public sweep. Nowadays, the mood is, peace is not for this generation, it's not for the next generation, based basically on the human experience of this bloody conflict we have with the Palestinians, which are, each side is using all the possible armament to instill fear on the other. And it works. It works. I mean, the Oslo process went down the drain because of the extremes. Extremes exploiting the fear of the people, paralyzing action, political action towards peace. There is no... Now, this being said, can something change on the Palestinian side? On the Palestinian side, the situation, in my opinion, is more complex than in Israel's side. First of all, there has been an historical decision that, in my sense, has been very bad for the solution of the conflict over time, which is the Jordan's auto-exclusion from the solution to the conflict. That is, once Israel made the error to set a Jordanian solution aside, which was the fact of Shamir, the only possible partner became Arafat. That's the only possible partner, which was, in my opinion, and the opinion of many people, an historical error for things that I can explain to you. It was an historical error because it is clear that given Israel's birth and the '67 war and all this past, terrible past, it would be very difficult to reach a decision about sharing the land with the Palestinians alone and without counting on the Jordanians. And this made the solution very difficult. I can't explain you why, etc. You can only see what happens on in Gaza. I'm not speaking even about the West Bank. Think about Gaza. Even the best economist of the World Bank, the best, Danny Roderick, everybody, Nobel Prizes, trying to work out a solution for Gaza like it is now, with all of this population in a small territory, is, in my opinion, folly. It's a folly. So the same situation, a little better, is in the West Bank, economically speaking. On the other hand, the Jordanians are afraid to integrate the Palestinian population in Jordan because it would change the nature of the state. However, in my opinion, that's the only reasonable solution, to have a Jordanian Palestinian confederation that would allow to the Palestinians to move on the two sides of the Jordan, contribute to the Jordanian economy, but the problem is how to share power in Amman. That's a big problem. They have already big problems in sharing power among them. So sharing power with Jordan, okay. Now that's one part of my solution.
But is Jordan interested in that project?
Jordan? No, not at all. Jordan is totally hostile, because the truth of the matter is that the Jordanian economy is in the hands, or large in the hands, of the Palestinians, but the power is in the hands of the Bedouins or the Hashemites.
So what
okay.
are you talking about this idea?
Yeah, you see that's the problem. That's the problem. But I think the international community passed over this solution too quickly, because then we fell in another structural situation where you have Israel and you have the Palestinians, and of course I don't want to throw all the problem to the other side. You must understand from where the Jews come from. I mean, from where they come from in history, not in geography, in history. And after what happened during their stay in Europe, particularly there, okay, the level of trust in the other is zero. Okay, so that's first. That's to begin. So, for example, with Egypt, we have
the other meaning in every in non-Jewish people or in the Palestinians.
No, not only the Palestinians. I mean that with Egypt or with Syria or whoever we will do peace, it will be an armed peace. I mean, we will not trust papers. That is about sure. Now, this is for a European for the moment. It's difficult to understand until Ukraine. Now with Ukraine is
very clear thing.
Yeah. Now
you have another question to answer.
Yeah. The other question: what is the future of EU-Israel relations? That was the question. What the future of EU-Israel relations is that what I see I said in the paper is a small delinking of the European Union of the conflict and Israel on the other side. That's the only thing I can tell. But it goes very slowly. And now with Netanyahu, we are back to square one, that is bad relations, because of Europe reminding Israel that the conflict must be solved on a two-state solution basis. Okay, and in Israel, nobody wants to hear about this for the moment. For the moment, if you allow me to amplify a little bit what I said, if suddenly the Hamas collapses or Abbas collapses and everybody accepts to abandon the armed resistance, the violent fight, and they say, no, now we finish, etc. We want peace, and we disarm. Okay, like say the IRA finish, we decommission all the Palestinian, etc., and they accept the occupation, and then we will take it from there. Okay, but so if there is no resistance, of course the things will change after tomorrow. The Israelis, like when Egypt said, we accept. I know that this is unrealistic to think, okay, because these people are continuing occupied, okay. That's what the left continues saying. We must, in spite of having tried, we must try again. We must try again. We must try again. But how do we try? How do we try? What does it mean? Should we withdraw? Well, with the bad experience of withdrawal from Gaza, for example. We withdraw unilaterally from Gaza, and they continue to send rockets, or so we think. So should we accept a peace that doesn't bring us more security? This is, I say in the paper, you must be crazy to accept to go to a solution that brings you less security, even if it brings you peace. You understand? I mean, security comes first. And with the experience of the Jews overseas, even more, with the trauma of the Holocaust. I mean, the motto in Israel is, they will not cut us with the pants down a second time. That's the idea. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, you asked a rhetoric question about the decision of Germany to rearm and say to extend its military budget. If it is a good, personally, I believe it is a very good decision for not only for Germany but for Europe, because after the Russian invasion, and despite all the efforts that Europe has been trying to do in the last 20 years to bring Russia inside the security system and also the economic system, we see that a revisionist dictator can violate all the rules of the international law, which are the basis of the coexistence of states, peaceful coexistence. And Europe, who is a peace-loving and peace-promoting institution, has understood that soft power sometimes is not enough to promote peace and to defend the core values. So I think it was an excellent decision, and I think thanks to Mr. Putin, Europe has done very important steps towards more common defense. Of course, we still rely, and we are grateful to our American friends, because the European defense cannot stay alone. But I think that to create a European pillar within NATO is something very important, and something that will also improve the foreign policy role of the European Union. Now, coming to Professor Berry's question, yes, I have to apologize that perhaps my remarks were mainly meant to address the Greek public. But
don't be apologizing.
No, because you referred to the electorate competition between your political parties, the right and left, where the one party was taking the good examples or the good ideas about economic development. Unfortunately, in Greece, we have the contrary phenomenon. The right has been contaminated by the wrong ideas of the left, and the left by the wrong ideas of the right. I mean, the left has adopted the clientelism of the right, and the right has adopted the idea that the state can do everything, and everything has to be solved by the state. In Greece, even today, not only to a left-wing, say, electorate, but in the general public, if you speak about multinationals and what we have to do to attract the multinationals, politically you are dead. This is considered as nothing by all people. Even the obvious thing that being open and being export-oriented is a necessary thing if you want to have. I mean, of course, you are more independent if you are closed and poor. If you are poor, you don't have to lose a lot. I mean, we have seen this in communist Albania. We have seen this in Romania at the last years of Ceausescu, and we know how. So, of course, if you are open and prosperous, you run the risk to lose some of your wealth. So the only, let's say, certainty of not losing is if you are very poor. And so, but in Greece, I'm afraid to say that most, even of the educated people, are economically illiterate. Why? Because this is, I think, if you want, the result of the civil war, which happened after the Second World War, and it was between the left and the right, or the communists and the non-communists, and all these ideas of, and this has created also a very strong anti-Western sentiment within the Greek population, because those that are on the left, they blame the Brits and the Americans who have taken part in the Civil War in favor of the democratic right-wing forces. So all this has created, but historically also there was an anti-Western feeling, which I'm sure does not exist in Ireland, because you have also very close relations with the American society. So this, fortunately, starts now to, I mean, the level of awareness has increased about economic ideas, thanks also to the crisis. But there is still a lot, and I fully agree with you, I think it's very important what you said, but at the end of the day, the ideas are very important about economic growth and the civil service, but ideas are even more important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Koukoulas. I think we are in the end of the session, so thank you very much. I would like to especially thank Professor Barry, Professor Tobias, and Mr. Koukoulas for giving us these speeches and stimulated all this.
We are very excited for the second panel of the day We are going to explore the new security architecture in the European landscape, and we have three very exciting speakers with long scholarship. So it's going to be very interesting for everybody. But before we begin with the panel, I would like to do some housekeeping. As Professor Tsardanidis said before, after the completion of the presentations, if you would like to pose a question, please raise your little paper, your name tag like that. If you'd like to intervene, you are very welcome during the analysis of a potential question by the speakers. And every speaker should listen for around 15 minutes, 15, 30. Okay, yeah, so this way we can have a thorough analysis the first hour, and the second hour we'll have a good hour for discussions, questions, analysis, which is the point of this workshop. The 5 minutes mark I will raise, and then after 2 minutes.
So is it 15 or 20?
Depends on your presentation. Would you like to tell me from now? I mean, do you have 15 minutes presentation? How much can you plan for?
20, 3 or 5.
Okay, 20 minutes. Okay.
Really hard to say. You just have to continue.
So around
15.
Right. Okay, great, wonderful. So let's start with Professor Spiridon Litsas. He's a professor at the Department of International and European Studies at the University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, and with a very exciting paper, Quo Vadis Europa, New Role and an Upgraded Vision for the New Era Ahead. Professor Litsas, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, actually, Professor Tsardanidis, and the think tank as well. You know, it's very exciting for us in Thessaloniki to be here among you in Athens, especially now that the country is divided in, half due to the floods in Thessaly. But anyway, we found a way to be here. And it's great being with all of you. I really enjoy the presentations during the first leg. Hopefully, we will continue in the same pace. So, Quo Vadis Europa. Actually, when I was searching for the title, I was trying to find, something, let's say, charming or challenging in order to attract your interest. The Quo Vadis Europa is the most normative part of my analysis, and you will understand why, hopefully, when I'll finish. So first of all, let me discuss. I'm an IIER theorist. People and students who know me, they say that I'm a neo-realist, something that I proudly declare as well. So let's discuss a bit about the big picture first. Let's discuss about the international system. So after 9/11, we entered a phase of a boring, let's say normative, three-piece, multi-polarity era with the United States of America, obviously, Russia and China. However, after COVID, and as political scientist, I'm declaring the end of the COVID era, so you have to accept that. I'm not an MD. So after the end of the COVID-19 era, and to be serious, this is, at least I'm following, the official pattern, the official line here. Plus, due to the Russian invasion in Ukraine, gradually we moved to a new systemic reality. And this new systemic reality has mainly to do with the fact that some all great powers, i.e. Russia, and some wannabe great powers, i.e. India, proved for different reasons, India due to the COVID-19 crisis, and Russia due to its inability to deal effectively with Ukraine, something that a lot of us many of us we were expecting something like that, but anyway, this is for another meeting. You know, they don't have the capacity, they don't have the capability, they don't have the dexterity to maintain, preserve, or to construct a new pole in the international structure. So what remains? The United States of America and China. But this structural shape is much more interesting than the one that had been developed during the Cold War era. Why is that? Because I gave another term in this new form of bipolarity, multilateral bipolarity. And why is it a multilateral polarity? Because by now, 2023, many states are nuclear states. Many states have learned how to cooperate. Many states have learned how to act, you know, in the most wise, let's say, way in the international arena. So it's very hard for those states, or let me rephrase, it's very hard for the two great powers, China and the United States of America, to behave like the Cold War era, like USSR and the United States of America period of time, when after the end of the Second World War, states had to obey to the willing and the aspirations and the wishes of these two great powers. So the multilateral bipolarity moves into different level structure. Regionally, states are more, you know, in a free mode of activity in order to the central level of the issues of security or you know, issues of structural policies. They have to formulate a more unified front. So this is my own argument, how the international system, the big picture, is gradually, actually we are living that, we are witnessing that, we're experiencing that nowadays. And this is extremely interesting. Even today that North Korea is in close talks with Russia, and North Korea asks, you know, for the help of Russia and so on and so forth. So this is the big picture. Now, let's discuss a bit about small states. Small states theory was an extremely popular theory at the beginning of the 70s and still is. Actually, this is a great success of the so-called Scandinavian IIER school. However, and now that I have completed my new book on smart instead of small, it's a new theoretical approach, I have discovered the following, let's say, problematic dimension regarding small states theory. Nobody knows what a small state really is. And I can give you an example. Let's take, on the one hand, Israel, and on the other hand, Nigeria, which is a small state. Let's take, on the one hand, Norway, and on the other hand, Nigeria, which is a small state. Is it territorially wise? Is it populationally wise? Is it a quantitative or a qualitative dimension that weighs the most in our approach of what a small state really is? So my contribution to the general theoretical argument, and I repeat, this is not written on stone. I'm discussing that and I'm writing about that in order to open a new circle of discussion. I'm not claiming here, that I'm 100% right, despite the fact that, my wife says that. Anyway, so instead of small, we have to start discussing and thinking of new alternatives. And the most suitable alternative is smart. So, for example, Israel, which is smaller than Nigeria, proves to be smarter than Nigeria in ways of producing a new kind of foreign policy, in national unity, in economy, in technological innovation, and so on and so forth. Norway, the same. Singapore, the same. The UAE, the same. The United States of America, the same, and so on and so forth. If we take the historical example, for example, you will be amazed by, for example, coming to the conclusion that China, during the 100 years of embarrassment, the 100 years of continuous defeat, was the archetype of a small state compared, for example, to a state like the United Kingdom or France or even Holland and so on and so forth. So why is this important? Because smart states, besides everything else, I'm not going to discuss about leadership. I'm not going, because we don't have the time here. I'm not going to discuss about the so-called national unity. I'm not going to discuss about the perception of power, which is extremely important. And I'm not discussing here only about hard power. I'm also discussing about smart power, sharp power, or tackling sharp power of foes. They have learned up until now how to cooperate. So the trend during the Cold War era, immediately after the end of the Second World War, was the following. A successful state, or in other words, a smart state back then, was the one that was able and willing to fit in. And, in the case of the states behind the Iron Curtain, to obey completely to the Soviet Union. After the end of the Cold War and, the era of the very short period of the unipolar example, when the United States of America was the predominant power, and after that the multipolar era, mobility was the secret of success. Mobility in military terms, mobility in cultural terms, mobility in technology, mobility in economy and education, and so on and so forth. So, the most energetic states were the ones that were extremely successful in, the international system of that specific period of time. However, nowadays, a smart state is the one that is willing and able to cooperate. We are living in a cooperative era. Why is that? Because COVID-19 showed us that in order to survive, we have to be able and willing to cooperate. Environmental crisis is showing us that in order to be able to face the tremendous consequences of our irresponsible attitude towards environment, we have to learn how to cooperate. So in order for me to return back to what we are discussing here regarding the European Union, the European Union is a smart example because it had been based on the following, let's say, political doctrine. States have to be able to cooperate on a Westphalian
mode of diplomatic, political, and economic relations. So the European Union is showing us how states are able to cooperate without moving into a post-Westphalian mode of existence. That I don't know if something like that will ever be feasible, and I don't know if something like that will ever be in our own advantage as human beings. But anyway, this is another point of discussion. So the European Union is a successful paradigm, is a successful example regarding how smart states formulate a unified front in order to be able to face and confront common challenges, even during the Cold War era. Nowadays, we are reaching up to a point where the European Union has to enter into a new phase, because as we know, political maturity needs a continuous mode of evolution. So they knew, and now I can go to the Quo Vadis Europa. The new, let's say, task that the European Union has to be able to put forward in international politics is an equal contribution, together with the other side of the Atlantic coast, regarding the formulation of a new idea of transatlanticism. And why this is important, and the European Union can play an extremely important role in this specific, let's say, political task that lays ahead of us. Why is this important? Because as we come to a conclusion nowadays, in order to be able to face the challenges that are coming from the pole of authoritarianism, the other side of the world, China, Russia, and some other elements that perhaps we can discuss later on, we have to go further into a cooperative mode. In order for the two coasts to be able to cooperate, first they have to understand the strength that lays in unity. The only way for the United States of America to be able to survive as a liberal democracy, a beacon of light, up in the hill, and for the European Union to be able to continue to be this successful paradigm, is passing through this cooperative mode. However, in order for the United States to be able to formulate a new transatlantic policy, it has to abandon the so-called Jeffersonian and Jacksonian policies and adopt a more Hamiltonian way of seeing, international relations. And on the other hand, for the European Union, it has to be able to mature from a successful union of currency, of a common currency, into an economic union, into a political union, in order to be able to fulfill the role that it may undertake in international politics. I'm finishing with the following thought. If the European Union learned up until now how to cooperate, and if the United States of America learned up until now how to lead the Western world, perhaps now it's time for us to keep the old successful ways of the past and introduce new ways of how seeing things, at an international level. And this kind of a new approach in perceiving things, underlines a more smart ways in our ways of thinking, acting, and implementing policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, very interesting. You're raising very interesting points and very fruitful for discussions, especially for those of us who are totally preoccupied with IR theory. You're proposing a new model that we call for conceptualizing the global order that you call multilateral bipolarity. Within this model, you propose the concept of the smart state in order to foster multi-level cooperation, and especially in order to produce a new transatlantic, we would say, a new relationship.
That's an evolutionary phase.
Yeah, I have many questions, but
of course.
Yeah, as another
and you have to remember that you know this is not a paper, so you know it's just a verbatim introduction of my thoughts. Perhaps, you know, I will be able to answer all your questions in my paper.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Litsas. And now we're moving on to our second speaker, Dr. Konstantinas Adrizouskas, from the Institute of International Relations and Political Science at the Vilnius University. And the title of his paper is The Shifting Continental Security Architecture, Ukraine-Centered Multilateral Security Alliance in Europe.
Thank you very much, esteemed chair. Indeed, it is a pleasure to be here with you. Let me start from several disclaimers. The first being that I do apologize to the people who are attending the afternoon session for not being able to be there. I just arrived this late morning. Thought that settling myself would be a great idea, but this is my first time to Athens. It's my first time to Greece. I do enjoy the city a lot already. Thank you, and I do feel welcome, particularly considering that this institution is actually the one that my institution and the institution that my esteemed colleague Mariusz Antonovich is also representing. We are actually the members of the European think tank network on China together, and we happen to know Plamen Tonchev, who is a friend of ours. I wrote him yesterday and he told me that unfortunately he's not going to be here. That is unfortunate, but maybe next time.
If I may interrupt you,
sure.
Please, because it's very important.
The Institute of International Economic Relations is a member of the network.
Yes.
A founding member.
Founding member, yes. And Plamen, he has supported our candidacy to a very high degree, and we are very much appreciative of that, to say the least. Another disclaimer is that I'm not Greek by origin, though my name may suggest otherwise. For those of you who know something about Lithuania, maybe through basketball, you probably have noticed that Lithuanian family names tend to be very much alike to the Greek ones. I mostly work on Asia, and that's the last disclaimer. And this topic, as you can see, is not that much about Asia. When I saw the actual call for this conference, I thought that it would be a very good opportunity to actually present on a topic that I tend to be rather thrilled about, and that has to do somewhat with the Asia studies, with the Asia Pacific studies, as is fashionable to call it these days. But this is something that I'm going to show you a little bit later on. So as you can see, the title has changed a little bit. Those changes are important, however, because, you know, as it often happens, first you are giving the actual title, but when you're presenting the paper, you suddenly find out that there are certain differences. I'll try to be brief. Let me start from the practical relevance and from the key premises. This is a quote by Dmytro Kuleba, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, back on the 1st of February 2022, so some 3+ weeks ahead of Russia's full-scale invasion, and you can clearly see the idea being conveyed in this regard. What Ukraine is very much concerned about, obviously, is that its Euro-Atlantic integration particularly security-wise, is a very troublesome affair. It turned to be even more troublesome due to, obviously, Russia's full-scale invasion. And it has already been several years in the making that Ukraine started to think about temporary alternatives to that. And in the end of 21 and the beginning of the 22, they coined the actual phrase to describe their alternative, and this is called small alliances. The actual attempt to create first small alliances actually preceded that, and the first small alliance that was created, it has a lot to do with my country. Actually, the so-called Lublin Triangle with Poland and Lithuania that came into existence in mid-2020, so long before the full-scale invasion and before the actual build-up of military capabilities by Russia on the borders of Ukraine and within Ukraine that took place throughout the vast majority of the year 2021, starting at least with April, as you very well remember. When it comes to Ukraine's understanding of small alliances, there is this general agreement on the policy-making level. Dmytro Kuleba himself said that, and among the actual observers and foreign policy analysts, that there are in effect four small alliances that Ukraine adheres to. So besides the Lublin Triangle, there is the Quadriga with Turkey, 2+2, so meaning the regular formats of meetings between the respective ministers of foreign affairs and ministers of defense of both of the respective countries. As you can see, it came a little bit later, several months later. Then there is the associated trio with Georgia and Moldova. Why associated? Because back in the day, those countries were in the association with the European Union, and they were widely considered to be, to be more precise, they were considered to be the best candidates for association and the eventual accession to the European Union as far as the members of the so-called Eastern Partnership were concerned. So the idea was that by communicating together, that by making a certain type of a coalition, that their actual accession towards the European Union would be eventually more successful, that it would help. And the last of those actually occurred in February 2022. Officially proclaimed, well, semi-officially proclaimed, to be more precise, a week ahead of the invasion. Actually very interesting, and in this regard we're talking about the trilateral pact, again with Poland, which is crucial, and with the United Kingdom. So what makes this entire thing very much interesting is that it pretty much adheres to the title of the workshop, right? So we're definitely seeing something pretty much changing, something not adhering to the regular security architecture of the continent, particularly on the macro level, associated primarily with the NATO, obviously. And we are also seeing the arrangements that are in between states with very different power credentials. And I totally agree with you, Professor, that it's very much arbitrary. You know, however we would call one or another state. It's rather controversial to speak of Lithuania as a small state. No, it's not actually. Lithuania is a small state, but back in the day we were big and important, right? This is something that small states like to talk about if there is any kind of historical background behind that. So these frameworks are therefore rather interesting. So what I attempted to do, I attempted to take a look at two trilaterals. Two trilaterals that have just been presented as belonging to Ukraine's perception of the small alliances, and in this particular regard, we're obviously dealing with Lublin Triangle and the Trilateral Pact, and they both of them adhere to the following criteria that makes comparison rather logical. So besides being described as small alliances, they have a rather clear security component. They are both on the level above the bilateral level of membership. They involve EU NATO members besides Ukraine, so clearly one of the key implications in this regard is that those respective arrangements, they are designed in order to help to further Ukraine's integration into the Euro-Atlantic political, security, and economic structures. And in addition, both can be characterized as clearly unbalanced or asymmetric in terms of the 4 members involved, again, in terms of power credentials. Let us treat for a moment the United Kingdom as a great power, Lithuania as a small state, and clearly the other 2 countries would be somewhere in between. Let us treat them as middle powers. Again, all of those definitions are rather controversial, but for the sake of our intellectual effort, I would believe that this decision is rather pertinent. There's quite a lot of academic relevance when it comes to that. The big problem is that although the academic community has increasingly taken attention of what's going on, particularly the Ukrainians, for rather natural reasons, are interested in what's going on. The Polish would come distant second. There is barely any attempt that I managed to register, at least in English and Ukrainian languages, of attempting to interact with theory, with international relations theory, by attempting to explain how these concepts, how these arrangements should really be defined. What we need to understand, and this is the starting premise, is that those are not alliances, right? Our understanding of alliance is rather narrow in this regard. It's rather strict that alliances, they do imply a mutual defense clause, right? Either those are bilateral or those are multilateral in the case of NATO and its famous 5th article. So definitely those arrangements do not go as far. We also do understand why Ukraine talks about them as alliances, because, well, it's logical, right? Particularly since the full-scale invasion, because this is one of the many ways of how Ukraine gets attention, attracts attention, how Ukraine attempts to convince its respective partners to help it more, including militarily and security-wise. So these things are rather natural. What I'm more interested in is rather to take a look at what they really do stand for. Because if they are not real alliances, what are they, right? And in this particular regard, it is also important to know that such an intellectual endeavor, I would argue that it has pretty important policy implications. Because if Ukraine is talking about alliances, and it's in the public discourse, right? And if the people do not get that, and they internalize this idea, so we may have a very important problem of unfulfilled expectations. And we have, I believe, quite a plenty of those related with military support to Ukraine already. And the usage of this kind of rhetoric, therefore, has quite a lot of policy implications, I would argue. So very briefly, there are 3 theoretical avenues that I attempted to develop in my paper that would allow, allegedly, I would believe so, to better comprehend what's going on. The first avenue is rather straightforward, or rather the first way, it is to actually take a look at the theories that are attempting to deal with various different attempts at security cooperation on the lower level than the actual alliance. And I would argue that there are 2 main avenues of doing so. The first, it has to do with minilateralism, or various different minilateral trends. Again, I believe this is a concept that she also used. There is quite a plethora of various different scholars who are working on that. This is this mirrors my Indo-Pacific interest, because quite a lot of scholars who are working on that, they attempted to describe the situation in the Indo-Pacific. Currently, that's very much extended to the global south. Just take a look at the most recent events. The extension of the BRICS, for example, is a rather good instance in this case. So the minilateral or minilateralist approach would treat alliances, it would treat security arrangements as different, minilateral security arrangements as different from truly multilateral ones, such as NATO, for example, in terms of both quantities, so the actual amount of actors involved, but most importantly, quality. So minilateral arrangements, they're not as strict. No mutual defense clause, no things like that. In quite some of the ways, it is also rather tacit. This is something that to a certain degree describes the Indo-Pacific security architecture, particularly in those cases where the local actors, they are not associated with the United States by a mutual defense clause, so excluding, for example, Japan, Australia, South Korea, such countries. The other approach, it has to do with alignment. Again, seemingly very much interrelated concepts, but they are somewhat different. Alignment approach would treat alliances as one of types of alignment. Well, in many ways, the most upgraded, the strictest possible, right? The one that would imply a mutual defense clause. But according to the proponents of this position, there are many variations other than alliance that are increasingly characterizing the global security architecture and regional security architectures for that matter as well. Think of the very prominent concepts such as strategic partnerships, for example. This is a big one. Greece entered a strategic partnership with France, right, relatively recently. A very good example of this trend. So the NATO, but still there are some closer interactions, some closer issues that have to do with probably quite some of the commonalities in terms of threat perceptions even within the alliance. We obviously do know who's the elephant in the room in this regard. And the scholars are very much established in these two traditions. So what I attempted to do first, I attempted to take a look at the actual development of both of the two cases, so of both the trilateral arrangements, and to try to define them according to the concepts offered by those authors. In addition to that, and that's the weakest point at this particular, the weakest part at this particular point of my admittedly unfinished paper, is to take a look at how the different power credentials of different actors involved may affect the actual outcomes of the alignments in question. But in this particular regard, I'm way more speculating. We've got in the auditorium authority figures, right, on quite some of the other matters here, so I would be very much willing to hear of their ideas, maybe not now, but later on. So what's the comparison then? So we've got the Lublin Triangle, we've got the Trilateral Pact. There are quite a lot of similarities, actually. If we would take a look at the alignment perspective, that would yet again treat alliance as only one type of alignment, so definitely the starting premise is that neither of those are alliances. Definitely not, right? Rather, they are trilateral in terms of structure. There are alignments in terms of indeed sharing quite some of cooperation, including in security sphere. Very importantly, both of those trilaterals, they were preceded by strategic partnerships among all of the actors involved on bilateral level, because we're assuming that the strategic partnerships, they have to be bilateral. And besides that, they were also preceded by certain instances of security cooperation on trilateral level. But before actually establishing or proclaiming those instances, in the first, in the Lublin Triangle case, it has to do with a common brigade actually established. The first ideas were before the Russo-Ukrainian crisis, before the conflict started, but roughly around 2016 to 17, the brigade got established. In the later case, there were common drills, military drills, as early as mid-1990s, actually taking place in Ukraine, when both Poland and Ukraine had not been part of NATO yet. Well, Poland had not been part of NATO yet. Both of them, they are partly designed in order to function as an extra platform for Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic integration. If we would take a look at the respective rhetorics, that's very clear cut from both cases. In both cases, particularly in the case of the Lublin Triangle, which is kind of way more outspoken. But there is a big difference in this regard as well, because the Lublin Triangle apparently is rather serious about creating a separate security community. There is common identity perspective. There is common geography. There is quite a lot of common history. though it is quite controversial, but still, this idea that there is common and pretty much existential enemy to all of the three countries, it kind of implies, strengthens this idea that there is much more behind the threat perception, common threat perception. It's about identity, right? In the later case, the timing is very interesting, that this sort of thing was proclaimed in February. It was an attempt to actually deter Russia, I would argue, at least partially, and in that particular case, it failed, drastically failed, which makes it an interesting case in and of itself as well. The first format is quite official and increasingly institutionalized. It even acquired a certain brand level in all of the three countries concerned. People, they tend to know about this format, particularly in Ukraine. Poland happens to be a very important country in pursuing this idea. And Lithuania, being a small state, being the weakest country in all of those, among all of those four, it was also very much interested in kind of showcasing this particular idea as the weakest party. This is something that as most states theory would suggest. The other, however, is not official. It's not institutionalized. There is no actual name. While the Ukrainians would call it the Trilateral Pact, the Polish, and particularly the British, they would not even subscribe to this definition, which is kind of interesting. So what would be the tentative things, because conclusions, because I'm already behind time. So while both trilaterals derive from previous instances of bilateral and trilateral security cooperation, while both of them currently function within a complex network of war-fighting coalitions supporting Ukraine. So currently, they are primarily coalitions, war-fighting coalitions. So this is something that the scholars would define as peculiar type of alignment, a war-fighting coalition. And they also aim to help Ukraine eventually to become part of the Euro-Atlantic security community, at least de facto, if not necessarily de jure. One thinks about Sweden, for example, at this vantage point. However, it is the Lublin Triangle that serves as a model arrangement with most potential for deeper integration towards a separate security community. So, the idea is to join the Euro-Atlantic security community, but at the same time, a separate, smaller security community is being built as we speak, and even potentially to be integrated into a form of an alliance. But that's a rather tall order, to say the least. The key factor producing this variation, I would argue, is comparative lack of long-term interest and commitment on behalf of the United Kingdom. Because it's the most powerful actor, it's a great power. We can clearly see that the interest was very personal. It was associated with the former administration of Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. Both of them were personally vested when it comes to Rishi Sunak. Not that much, not anymore, right? And the United Kingdom is distant from the region still. There is now common identity basis, despite the fact that all of the countries they are attempting to proclaim this as being the case, but not that much really. And the so-called pact still, I would argue, should remain alive, at least rhetorically, because it is Ukraine's only small alliance with a great power that involves a great power, and it is itself a much cherished achievement for an embattled country. So while Ukraine is indeed the primary focus of both trilaterals, therefore the change in the title from the Ukraine center to Ukraine focus, I argue that indeed the Poland is actually at the center of both arrangements, and this is how it kind of affirms its central position there as an indispensable country for Ukraine's successful war effort. Even the small state of Lithuania, speaking of my own country, has found a successful role within Ukraine-focused multilateralism as a requisite actor for stressing common security identity. There is this big talk about us representing the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that unite all of the respective countries plus Belarus back in the day. You cannot talk about this without Lithuania having on board. And I would argue that Lithuania has a role to play in terms of balancing negative impulses between the middle powers of Ukraine and Poland, because there are historical issues, there are identity-based issues. Currently, those are swept below the carpet for rather obvious reasons, but Lithuania can potentially balance these matters. This is something that small states can and sometimes do in unilateral regions. And ultimately, all of these three actors does gain status and security benefits, I would argue. So this is it. Thank you very much. And
Thank you very much. This has been a very, very exciting announcement. I excuse me. Yeah, I found it very intriguing. The whole comparative analysis in order to define, in order to find a way to define this new non-institutionalized, informal, let's say, arrangement taking place, but there are actually a pretense for other powers that are capitalizing on the suffering of Ukraine or any other country that could be in a state, a weaker state, in order to strengthen their status and security, gain benefits, and they gather around forming all these cooperative, let's say, arrangements. But in the end, how much is Ukraine benefiting from all this?
Well, that is subject to the actual
So it's extremely interesting paper and analysis. Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, Professor Kyriakos Michaelis from the Department of International and European Studies at the University of Macedonia.
I have to interrupt you, or else I will be banned. Assistant professor.
Assistant professor, excuse me. And also...
He's not pointing at me, right?
and also for a long time now, a very important a member of the scientific committee of the research program that I'm directing here. So we are very grateful for his contribution always and his help to the researchers and to me personally. And with an exciting paper actually on Turkey, oscillating between security seeking and status seeking, Turkey's power activists. And it makes even, I have to clarify that, it makes, Kyriakos, and we thank him very much, he was very kind to switch the last minute positions with Carolina because she was traveling. So that's why this may seem an irrelevant paper in this panel, but we had no choice. So we thank them both very much for their good cooperation to arrange both panels, considering the traveling arrangements. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My deep thanks to the conference's organizers. I know I'm the last paper, so I won't exceed my given time. The title of the paper has already been mentioned. I will deal with Turkey, the official name of the country, the international name of the country, according to government decisions, Turkey. I will refer to Turkey, but we all know what I'm talking about. And I'm using predominantly Turkish bibliography and Sudan. So I discussed Turkish parenthood, which has inspired various arguments regarding the conceptualization of the country as various sorts of power, mainly middle power, but also an aspiring rising power or great power at multiple regional layers or at a global scale. Although the issue has been pertinent since the founding of the Turkish Republic, new impetus was given in the current century. At present time, which is characterized by turbulence, the search for power on behalf of Turkey in the name of a prominent regional or global role is a given. The projection of manifestly ambitious claims of power by Turkey, especially since the beginning of the century, makes this state an interesting case in terms of shaping international dynamics. In fact, the crucial question isn't about whether it constitutes a regional power with given resources and position, but it is about what is the exact form of its international role. Here, emphasis is given to the oscillation between the seeking of security and status and to the relevance of both material factors and intersubjective ones. Indeed, issues of identity construction have emerged as a catalyst. Thus, the country's ongoing search for identity may well be taken to serve as an important indicator of the degree of affecting the status quo and of the evaluation of the country's resilience and vulnerabilities. Concerning the structure of the paper, I firstly tackled the characteristics of the country briefly as a power, and then I discussed the issue with a focus on how the country differs with or is similar to other countries claiming the status of a middle power. The country's complexity is confirmed by the differentiated political organization through time, with the milestone of the foundation of the Turkish Republic. The respective diplomacy would be carried out in light not of an imperial state, but of a nation state which positioned itself in a specific way against the imperial past and eventually seeked its development. Hereby, certain key features of the understanding of the country's national identity and international role can be discerned. The frequent invocation of Turkish specificities, the feeling of threat and siege, understood as the security syndrome, a strong security culture across multiple sectors and issues, the need to manage a multitude of states for security and diplomacy in the context of a more diverse range of worldviews. Although redefining the country's internal and international identity and its relationship with the past was touched upon earlier, this process received particular impetus with the change of government in the early 2000s alongside economic growth, with the rise of the AKP as the ruling party and Erdogan as a key political figure. Regarding active participation in the international scenery, the Davutoglu doctrine wants to doubt, now there is no Davutoglu, but the consequences of the doctrine or the implications of the doctrine are still with us here. And the doctrine was founded in the central assumption that the Turkish state or society had to move as a proud actor in a process of a fearless exploitation of its potential against either static attitude or an active but empty role. The highlighting of Turkey's role in the institutionalization of international order was justified by an overall image of a trans-regional power and a country that defines its interest on a global scale. Key dimensions here were preventive engagement as a soft power, Turkey as a desecuritizing agent, the famous or by now infamous zero problems with neighbors, Israel is not very much, Turkey as the regional protector, as well as Turkey as the vanguard of democracy and an inclusive force. Active involvement was clearly not monolithic. An example of this is the change of 2007 from the image of conciliator in the Middle East to that of the balancer. Generally, foreign policy in the Erdogan era was based on a perception of Turkish identity in a neo-Ottoman and Islamic fashion. No matter how personalized it became in respect to Erdogan being the key decision maker, the seeking of strategic autonomy presumed the West in negative terms, e.g. colonial, or the romanticization of the past and the present, and eventually it allowed for the militarization of the country's conduct. However, the aspirations for great powerhood, reminiscent of the Ottoman glorious years, fell short, taking into account negative collective memory about the Ottoman past in other countries. Now, earlier understandings of Turkish diplomacy included the image of evasive neutral, that's a concept discussed in Greek IIER for the last 2 or 3 decades. There is also the notion, the most recent notion of the pivotal state, and even more recent is the notion inspired by the regional security complex theory, that of the insulator states, which is ambitious. Insulator state is the state that stands back to back to two great regions like Europe and the Middle East. And here Turkey comes as an ambitious insulator, with its ambition to be a central state. But how feasible is the property of a great insulating power? And now I will expand on the matter of the capacity of the country as a middle power. In the respective literature, including esteemed Turkish scholars, there have been noticeable attempts to recently construe and grasp the above-mentioned characteristics in relation to other states around the notion of middle power. Indeed, this is done in terms of an over-ambitious, or modified, or paradoxical, or unusual, or transformed, or revisionist middle power. All these adjectives did not come up from my mind, they are found in the literature. Turkey evidently qualifies as a middle power while having discernible specificities, at least when compared to certain other counterparts. And this begs the question whether Turkey can be conceptualized as a middle power, but like no other. As stressed by Kutlai and Tonis, states already branded as traditional middle powers, like Australia and Canada, were joined by other states which seek a similar international status, but with different domestic characteristics. The latter usually involve a democratic backsliding or an authoritarian turn. This leads to the notion of unusual middle power activism, of which Turkey can be seen as a discernible case study, whereby external affairs are distinctively influenced by the interaction of both domestic politics and external dynamics. Here, emphasis is given to the country's relentless quest for a more autonomous space based on nationalism and unilateralism, which has at times received considerable domestic support. This populist payoff proved to be short-term, particularly in a polarized domestic context, taking into consideration the long-term negative consequences, that is, dangers of isolationism and domestic crisis, exposing a considerable expectations capabilities gap. The same authors had already brought attention to the Turkish case as a paradoxical one, showing the function of domestic political economy dynamics as a central driving force for the rise as a middle power, but also the simultaneous presence of inherent limitations and capabilities, signified by the added term emerging. Indicatively, the self-image of Turkey as a democracy-promoting actor abroad coincided with domestic undermining of democratic principles at home, illustrating normative inconsistency. Moreover, also tackling the expectations capabilities predicament, Oguzlu points out to the concept of an over-ambitious middle power and subsequently the need for having a relevant criterion composed of some sort of moderation. While dealing with the deteriorating security dynamics of its neighborhood, a crucial stake for Turkey is the acknowledgement of its over-ambitious gaze as a middle power with regard to influencing developments at systemic and regional levels. The adoption of a restrained middle power strategy would serve better the country by emphasizing territorial security, economic prosperity, and societal cohesion instead of becoming a realpolitik great power, but that's just a criterion. In a similar fashion, Altonesik emphasizes that the conceptualization of Turkey as a middle power, indeed a modified one, involves major shaping factors transforming into both challenge and opportunity. These are the country's historical legacy, its regional and ideational capness, and the pivotal geography. The very position in the global material and ideational hierarchy has proved difficult to manage or even be accepted as such. Thus, a predicament of in-betweenness emerges, causing the need for the country to tackle it by either keeping it or remedying its consequences. This has involved varied strategies, and challenging the world hierarchy has often included the exceptionalist perception of Turkey as unique and important, along with the sense of vulnerability or insecurity and the lack of fit in any particular region. The problem of fitting to particular regions is exemplified by a presumed Eurasianist term. I won't dwell on this, I do it in the paper, but now in the presentation I will not expand, but there is a paper that I think tomorrow that will deal with this predicament, the Eurasianist predicament. On the other hand, to the pertinent question about discontinuities in Turkish foreign policy, the Erdogan era seems to mark facets of both change and continuity in comparison to other periods. An already existing strong focus on national security tend to be combined with a set of assertive methods and means on the basis of transactions and interests rather than institutions and values. Having already noted the presence of an exceptional stance, it is useful to note its importance. Exceptionalism, both spatial and temporal, has been a driving force in Turkish foreign policy throughout the Republican era. The country's different geography and history were construed so as to reflect a sense of superiority and an exceptional self-perception, while stressing the constant limbo of the state, which belongs neither here nor there. This resulted to the transactionalization of Turkey's relations with the West, and the claim for Turkey's distinctiveness of spatio-temporal features turned out to be a source of Turkish exceptionalism and conspiratorial thinking as well, along with the blame defection mechanism. Notably, Erdogan's Turkey is presumed to be a paradigmatic case as regards the policy effects of populism. Despite the undeniable juxtaposition of the AKP's liberal and authoritarian periods, feats of continuity in those processes are also present. In that sense, populism is not an issue of a juncture point. Moreover, a continual change in foreign policy represents an intrinsic element of populism rather than an anomaly. Now, I draw the attention to a confrontational stance, particularly at external affairs, an increasing military and aggressive posture, followed by the respective rhetoric, is bluntly mentioned. This hard power approach has allowed for the projection of power in various regions, Central Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and it is based in a set of self-enforcing causes, particularly the pursuit of strategic autonomy, the closing gap between domestic and foreign policy, and the growing military-industrial complex. Middle power activism, particularly regarding the global south, also involves the rising production of homegrown military technologies. And here in the Turkish case, the manufacture, export and use of military systems, drones is the most formidable example, have raised the international profile of the respective defense sector, but also helped the domestic regime survival. But although aggressiveness and the rising militarization are part of Turkey's exercise of powerhood, attention is necessary to the international recognition and legitimation of its status. To this end, intergovernmental platforms with flexible mechanisms such as the G20 and especially MICTA provided the chance for nation rebranding and enhancing global status as well as cooperation with other middle powers. Center newcomers tend to be more minilateralists and pursue a factional strategy supported by various niche diplomacy tools. Turkey belonged to them, pursuing goals that are generally compatible with MICTA while holding an in-between identity and role between the traditional and emerging middle powers. And again, there is a paper on MICTA devoted on Saturday, and I'm looking forward to that as well. Finally, the ambivalent nature of Turkey's middle power capacity is illustrated by research which used various approaches, confirming the reaching of the status before the mid-2010s, but also a shift of behavior from what is considered typical of a middle power to the direction of achieving a great power status. Another shift is the one from a benign middle power to a revisionist one, involving an independent and increasingly assertive international standing with elements of coercion, evidenced by the transition from good international citizenship and bad governing to launching various unilateral military interventions and balancing. This shift was affected by changes in the international system, namely the presumed decline of the US hegemony, but also domestic ones like the nationalist drive in party politics, hegemonic identity building, and the weakening of liberal institutions. To conclude, understanding Turkish dynamics in the globe and various regions involves the complexity of both the global regions in terms of where power claims are made and the specific country in terms of who exactly is making those claims and how. Notably, the expectations capabilities gap may reveal internal policy dilemmas which touch the core of Turkey's national identity and international role. But certainly it is far from signifying a status of failure. The addition of various adjectives to the notion of a middle power, as shown amply above, may well be taken as an illustration of the respective ambivalence. Consequently, the country's choices and behavior continue to matter and requiring attention by regional and global actors. With all their contradictions and challenges, overall, Turkey's claims as a regional and not only power will continue to be an important parameter for international dynamics. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward for your remarks.
Thank you very much. An analysis that we couldn't go in this workshop without it. And in one sentence, it's all about what makes Turkey a middle power, but unlike no other. And we definitely have to define this this day and era, because Turkey is emerging as such a global scraper of regional orders. that creates security but also insecurity in various parts of the world. So it's very relevant to this panel and contributes to how the new security architecture in and around Europe should be shaped. So I would like to open the floor to questions. As I said before, if you have a question, please raise your name tag like this. And I guess I will take first some questions for the speakers, and then they answer them, and then we move on. Professor Tsardanidis.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Professor Ritzes. It was for me very interesting, your presentation. I'm looking forward to see your new book, which is about
January 2020.
Yes, I know, with a case study on UAE. My first consideration is that you introduce the notion of smart policy, which of course is not a new one. Joseph Nye has introduced that.
Of course, yeah.
But in powers, not in states.
No, Joseph Nye spoke about smart power and then smart state as well later on. Yeah, but first of all, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But, yeah.
This was referring mainly for the United States. So my question first is that smart is applied not only for the big states, but also for the small ones. So about that, is it possible to elaborate a little bit more what is the new which you introduce on that?
Yeah.
And my second question is regarding about Europe, because your focus was on Europe. My question is the following. Do you think that what Zielonka, for example, has pointed out about a neo-medieval Europe, actually Europe as an empire, has any relationship with what you have described as a smart state, because you are also focused that Europe should be not only a soft power, we have discussed it in the first session, but also to have some real power. For example, defense, security and defense, common defense policy. And this neo-medieval Europe does not apply only for foreign policy, but also to the policies which are taking place inside Europe, like the Saint-Romain Empire, for example, which is unification. I don't know if I made myself clear.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Professor Griffin.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed all the presentations. My first question is to Mr. Michaelis. I found your talk very interesting. I don't work on Turkey at all, but I wonder if a lot of what you're talking about seems to relate to Turkish identity. So I'm wondering if you use the work on ontological security at all for your paper, because I think there's that dimension comes out quite strongly. And Professor Litzas, I found your talk interesting as well, but maybe I'll pose a couple of challenges.
Don't treat them on stone.
Yeah, to test the ideas. So the first one is in your abstract, you talk a lot about this the bipolarity in the Cold War and today and so on. But we had the non-aligned movement emerge during the Cold War. Today there are many states which don't see themselves as one of these, and you said the most successful states were those that sort of obeyed and picked a side. But I'm thinking, for instance, in the Cold War, where Malta increased the cost of the NATO base 14 times the original cost because it wasn't outright affiliated with one side or the other. Many other cases of non-aligned states succeeding. So my first question is, how does this fit into your framework? The second one is very similar to the question you've already been posed, which in small states literature, Anders Weaver, Rebecca Pedi have written about smart state strategy in a particular way. So does your theory build on that or take it in a different direction. And Rebecca had actually said we should be talking about entrepreneurial even more than smart, but I guess you are colleagues, I think, so maybe you've talked about this already. And my last one is, you open with a challenge that small isn't useful in the field, but using the example of Nigeria, but in the, you know, in the work from the 80s of people like Lino Briguglio, they said we have to be careful to differentiate between small developed states, small developing states, large developed states like the US, and large developing states like Bangladesh or others. And actually, when we're talking about small states, we're not talking about large developing states. And there's a whole host of work by people like Godfrey Baldacchino talking about the small scale syndrome.
Actually, we're discussing about huge state, right? You know, from population point of view.
Exactly. And so in the work of Baldacchino and others, they say scale does matter, right? As you, and so in the way the state is constituted. And then, I mean, in foreign policy, yes, it is more about asymmetry, right? That's what Tom Long's book is all about. And he, like you said, well, we can talk about Nigeria as a small state in this context, but I'm just not sure that scale doesn't matter to these discussions, but I'm curious to hear.
We're going to discuss
on that. Yeah. So 3 challenges.
Cheers.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not the one that.
No, please, Professor Charalampos. Yes.
Okay, I have question to Professor Litsas. About your definition of smart.
Despite the fact that I'm not Irish, right? I'm attracting the most questions. Right?
You said that the smart states are willing and able to cooperate. Is it willing and able to cooperate?
Willing and able, yeah.
Is it important with which states you cooperate, or not? Do you have this in your definition, or you presume that only with democratic?
Yeah.
And the second question: what is the opposition? Do you name the opposition of the smart state? Is it a stupid state or not smart state or?
2024, you are going to buy the book and you.
Which publisher?
Thank you.
Springer.
Okay, great. This way we know it and look for it.
Also, I'm the book reviews editor for Small States and Territories Journal, so then we will.
Yeah, I know that. But you know, mine is distribution of international
so we can look
relations in the series. So you know, I skipped.
Last question, Professor Patel, would you like to?
I would like to make a comment.
Of course, please.
All right. No, I mean, my preoccupation is very similar to what my colleague from Malta, Hillary, has just said. It's this relationship between small state and smart state, because I mean, every state has to be smart to survive. I mean, whether it's a big power like the United States or a small power, small state. Or the nebulous debate about how to define a small state should. Of course, small is a relative term, in my opinion, but there are certain characteristics of smallness, like, for example, restricted market that Professor Barry was speaking about this morning, lack of economies of scale, the ability to generate economies of scale in the domestic side, vulnerabilities to international economy and so forth. All these are particular characteristics of small states, which have been studied and put us to the Scandinavian contribution to this, no doubt. But there was another big input to this by the Commonwealth countries, where there are
Commonwealth.
Yeah, there are 54 states, members of the United Nations, recognized as independent states. And this is where the question first arose. I remember I come from a country where I assisted the debate for independence in the 60s, and the debate on joining the European Union. And the debate on independence in our country, I was still a child, about 9 years old, but I still remember it vividly. I happened to have a bit of, you know, extraordinary brilliance, you know. Just
excellent.
But I remember my parents fighting, and in the end they didn't go to the referendum. They did not vote on whether a small state could survive at all. And this was the question of the United Nations, whether they were big enough or strong enough to be members of the UN.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a debate which goes back to the 60s, and this is where the study of small states, and then of course we had very important American writers like coming into the era of the Cold War and the role of small states and the great powers during the era of the Cold War, and subsequently the work which Hillary has referred to by Victor, which focused not only on smallness and the special characteristics of small states, and Baldacchino, my other colleague from Malta, but also on the question of resilience. How do these states survive? What kind of resilience mechanisms do they have to adopt in their own countries to survive the storms and be able to pick themselves up again after a setback, which could be environmental, like in the Caribbean, when small states were destroyed by hurricanes,
Mm-hmm.
or it could be economic, like the financial crisis, or it could be some other ecological. The Maldives, for example, which has a territory as large as Western Europe in terms of sea area, territorial sea area, is facing an existential problem from climate change. So there are certain things with small states, with small resources and small, everything. I think it deserves to be seen as a kind of field in international.
As a kind of?
As a field in international relations, as much as the study of larger states.
Mm-hmm.
And I think smart, but it does not exclude the study of smartness, which you
of course not.
Yeah, and the two should be wedded together.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, shall we start? Yeah, all right. So, first of all, thank you so much for your questions. Let me tell you a small story. I love being in a so-called non-friendly audience. I'm not saying non-friendly in the typical, way of saying that. All right, I'm not saying in an academic.
Challenge.
I'm going to tell you why. For example, I never go to. No, I rarely go to Israeli universities. Because we have a way of understanding. Ourselves, we are realists, so we know what power is all about. So I love visiting, for example, British universities. 3 years ago, I went to University of Aberystwyth. IIER know what Aberystwyth stands for. It's the capital, or let's say the the sea flag of non-realist, I'm going to be, diplomatic approaches. So, I was a neo-realist among 100, academics, and I was the speaker of the town. Many people during the night, they bought me a pint of beer, so, I had a great time, to be honest. So, let me go to, smart state. First of all, I completely agree with you, and I'm going to give a big fight in order to maintain the term small states, because this is what is going to help me pursue with my smart state theory. I need, the other side of the argument. However, we need to go, further than the 70s. You know, we are living in a new era. And discussing about smart states is not enough anymore in order to understand how certain states must or should behave in this new volatile international system. What I mean is the following. Being smart is a way of a long discussion in Greece, not by the analysis of the term smart, but through a glorification of the so-called small but honest or honorable state. That was an argument of the 19th century up until the beginning of the 20th century, coming mainly from the royal side of the Greek state, saying, that, all right, Greece should be, a small state, with very limited frontiers, not playing an extremely active role in Eastern Mediterranean or in the Balkans. We should be happy with what we have. So, this is an argument regarding the domestic aspect in Greece, because many ideas regarding the future of Greece as a power in the Eastern Mediterranean, they promote deliberately or non-deliberately this kind of small but honorable state, which I totally disagree with that, and I found that quite preposterous. But anyway, let's go back to IIER theory. So, if smart, then what's the other side of the coin? If we agree that the main task for each and every state in international relations is survival, then I term the other side of the coin of non-smart, despite the fact that I really want to call it stupid, but I cannot, as careless, right? Careless states. So, states that they do not promote this instinct of survival up to the point that is going to give them the opportunity of going further, of achieving greater things. I'm leaving to be the last one. I'm going to Professor Tsardanidis. So what's new about smart states theory? Joseph and I discussed about smart power. He briefly, discussed about smart state, but I introduced the term in various layers, beginning from domestic politics. So I'm discussing about the so-called leadership theory. So I dedicate many pages, for example, in that specific chapter about the term empathy in the way of exercising politics, or about the concept of nepotism or anti-nepotism, and so on and so forth. Then I go to the so-called national unity. Then I go to foreign policy, which is, let's say, quite energetic in the way that when you find an opportunity, you have to build on that opportunity instead, for example, of being a free rider. I'm giving, examples such as, for example, the states that aided the United States of America in Afghanistan.
This is neo-realist.
But I'm a neo-realist.
No,
I told you at the beginning. Yeah, but I'm a neo-realist. So I'm seeing the big picture. All right, I'm not able to give answers to each and every point that relates to states. So, for example, smart states theory, despite the fact that it says that states must invest in IT, for example, all right, does not speak about, does not discuss the issues of taxation. You know, I'm giving space to other fields to come and contribute to this specific state. So my approach is mainly on, you know, foreign policy and domestic politics, leadership, crisis management, and so on and so forth. You know, Hobbesian or anti-Hobbesian, it's, you know, from the point of view that you are seeing that. So, you know, this is the new issue, smart states theory, not just smart power. So it's not just a combination of hard power and soft power. It's much more, and it has to do with the continuation of survival in the essence of success, and not just of keeping your head above the water. Israel is a smart state. We have, I'm writing that, despite the fact that I'm writing about UAE, another smart state. And that's why, you know, and I'm opening the discussion here, you are the first to know that. The next step after the publication of the book is to launch a so-called network of smart states by finding, you know, IIER theorists or sociologists or economists and so on and so forth, you know, able and willing to discuss about this new theory. And, you know, hopefully we will go to our governments and say, you know, right, Greece, you are not a smart state, but you can be a smart state. So what about discuss about these new issues? Now, let's go to other questions. All right, non-aligned states. Excellent, excellent question, because I dealt in that in my book. Non-aligned states, or in other words, doom states. Yugoslavia, goodbye Yugoslavia. India, swinging state, trying to decide whether or not it's going to be in the pole, in the free world pole, or you know, bringing together different ideas by participating in ghost organizations such as BRICS. Such as BRICS.
Is a ghost organization?
Yeah, ghost organization from a political point of view, not from you know, a venue where, you know, states come and discuss from the point of view of who is organizing this kind of a discussion. For example, if a rogue state is organizing a venue, then this is not part of the so-called international daily life, right?
Can I just
Yes,
ask you a question, please? I mean, this perturbs me. I mean, BRICS being a ghost.
We're not discussing about BRICS at the beginning of the zeros, right?
No.
We're discussing about BRICS last month, where Russia, China, and some other states, plus India, they gathered and they discussed about nothing. Right?
Yeah, I mean, publicly they discussed about nothing. Yes, I agree with you. Privately, they discussed
About a new currency with India inside the room. Okay, interesting.
I wouldn't dismiss it.
All right, yeah, all right. So, you know, you have
You consider
your view about BRICS. For example, you know, if I was the Indian Prime Minister, I would have gone to a venue with Putin, for example, right? You know, right now. Anyway, so non-aligned
countries like
states.
Singapore, you think is a doomed state?
No. Are we discussing about BRICS or?
No, I wasn't discussing BRICS. I was asking about non-aligned
All right.
states.
Non-aligned states. The non-aligned states are states who decided to remain neutral during the Cold War period. All right. Their gains were zero. Why not? Because, for example, all right, let's say
It's
Yugoslavia.
subjective.
No, it's not.
I mean, Malta was incredibly successful during the Cold War because it was not directly aligned with one state. That's just one example. It's subjective.
Non-aligned state, yes. Marcus, yes.
During the Cold War.
What do you mean? All right. Anyway, I'm discussing about Yugoslavia.
Okay.
Right. I'm discussing about India. I'm discussing about Cyprus, and so on and so forth. So, for example, Malta was successful for other reasons, for becoming a non-aligned state during the Cold War, in the same sense that Finland was neutral during that same period towards the Soviet Union, right? But Malta was not a non-aligned state during the Cold War.
I mean, here again, please, I hate to, but this is an interesting conversation. I hope you see it as that.
Of course.
Finland was Finlandized after being defeated by Russia. They settled,
Yeah, I know that. I know history.
We chose it free.
You chose it free,
Yeah.
but in reality, you had an army trying to defend your land against a new Soviet invasion, right? It was not a it was the concept of Finlandization was a concept of not being a member of NATO, not just being, a sitting duck in the Cold War archipelago, right?
Finlandization was imposed, that, we leave you alone.
I know that, but I'm trying to discuss. I keep saying. I'm trying to discuss about the real mark point here. Was Finland a non-aligned state, or a state that, despite the fact that it had to defend itself, from a giant, the Soviet Union, was trying its best in order to construct and maintain its own survival by its self-defense policies, that were quite successful during Cold War periods.
If I may interrupt the discussion, so this way we can move on. First of all, I have a question. Are we focusing only?
No, I can't.
Yes, because, and I will give the bit of Dr. Tsardanidis.
A small point of what you
But
said.
in case, because it's very important. Are we focusing only during the Cold War period, or
I'm discussing about
to today?
I'm discussing about non-aligned theory.
Anytime.
Non-aligned theory
Because
is.
here we have Ireland, for example, that is one of the most successful states that is historically a neutral, right? Am I wrong?
But it was not a non-aligned.
It's neutral, but not non-aligned.
Ireland was not a non-aligned state.
No, she wasn't saying it. It's a neutral. You're correct.
Neutral, yeah, neutral.
But he is discussing about
Non-alliance in what terms? Could you please, because I understand this is
Cold War.
the point of contention with
Cold War
Malta.
period. Non-aligned states refer to the
But
Cold War
as you
period.
bring, before how you bring it to today?
Because I received a question regarding, for example, I discussed about being energetic in foreign policy, and our colleague
Just a moment.
asked me about.
Excuse me for that. You said about Malta's policy of neutrality and being.
No, I didn't say that. Your policy.
Yes. It was fruitless. It doesn't produce anything. Yeah, but in reality, Malta had a lot of benefit from that. Do you agree?
Malta had a lot of benefits.
And Yugoslavia also very successful in its foreign policy as a member of non-alignment, especially during Tito leadership, because the personalities play a very important role, like Cyprus with Makarios. And I think Cyprus' policy as a neutral policy was also successful in comparison terms. So to say that the non-aligned states did not produce any positive outcome, for me, studying at least the foreign policy of Yugoslavia and to some extent India, I think they were very influential in the United States, in all the other fora, and they were very respectable. Don't look what happened to the non-aligned movement during the end of the Cold War, okay? But you see how respectful was this at least, I'm not saying about non-aligned movement as a whole, but for example, Yugoslavia and India were extremely successful in their status in the international system. Perhaps you have a different view. Okay, I respect that.
I don't give a different view.
Okay.
I have historical facts to give you.
Yeah.
Yugoslavia does not exist anymore. In other words, survival was not successful. Cyprus had been twice invaded, so a kind of territorial entity is under dispute due to Turkish invasion. India, at the same time, has huge issues. I'm not going to refer to China. Obviously, China, is a giant, right? But with Pakistan, and you have to compare and contrast. For example, the policy of Pakistan during the Cold War with the policy of India. Pakistan was the first power that became nuclear, and afterwards India was trying to catch up due to the fact that Pakistan was much closer to the Western world, compare that with India, and so on and so forth. So, for me, a kind of diplomatic non-involvement, because this is how I perceive non-alignment, is an issue of a careless state.
Okay, we shall discuss later.
And I have...
Yes, please.
Yeah. I discussed about the other name I gave. Yes, small developed states. Yes, okay, entrepreneur. Very interesting. All right. But here we're discussing about area. Survival. Again, this is an aspect in order to achieve survival. And I said to you, I'm not going to discuss about everything, in my own book, because this is impossible. So, other scientists, perhaps, they will come and contribute to the term of, for example, what entrepreneurial state means. Is it, again, Israel, new technologies, are trying to find new markets and so on and so forth? Is it, following innovative politics in common agricultural policy? It's an open field, right? And I'm more than willing to hear the other side as
May I intervene? First of all, I'm sorry I didn't see that you wanted to pose a question. So if you would like to pose a question, because I didn't see your before. But before that, I would like to say that's why I brought the point about neutral states. There is neutral states. There is a methodological problem, in my opinion, here. That's why I asked you which kind of period. Are you concentrating in the Cold War? Or are you
non-aligned? Cold War period. We're not discussing about
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You are trying to form a theory that is not about the United States.
I answer non-aligned states. Yes, I didn't refer to the non-aligned states in my analysis.
Yes, but
I refer to neutral states.
Yes, that's why I said also neutral states, and I brought it up before.
Neutral states, yeah.
Yes, but there is a methodological problem. You're concentrating in the Cold War.
No.
Yeah, because I just asked you, and you told me.
No, I didn't.
I asked the question. My question.
Non-aligned states, Cold War theory.
Yes.
Neutral states, let's talk about today. Yeah.
Okay. So in your book, you're not going to please explain this point, because there is a methodological problem here about how you treat the global order, and this affects your theory about multilateral bipolarity.
International balance of power, let's start.
Of course, you're ignorant. But
no. If you're discussing about global, then you're not discussing about states.
But But the whole analysis was like listening to a liberal institution on its own extent.
Sorry?
The whole analysis I was listening, of course I haven't read the book, that's why I asked about
Alright, that's it. Alright.
it was
So
like listening
you can
to
give
a
an example.
neoliberalist or a liberal institutionalist. Like,
Because
you told, first of all, you spoke about the Hamiltonian parameters.
Hamiltonianism is one of the fundamental realist policies having to do with the United States of America, which is a neoliberal dimension here. I'm not are you discussing about neoliberalism?
No, I'm not going to agree with anything, so I'm not getting that far.
You're talking about Hamiltonian, but you're referring to the European Union, and then you're speaking. You told us about how a small state can create a society state.
I said that the United States of America, they have to abandon their Jacksonian, Jeffersonian way of seeing foreign policy, starting from, for example, Donald Trump, and return back to the where they were much more active in the international scene. If you see that as a neoliberal approach,
in order to survive, we have to cooperate. This is like a line from Moravsik paper.
Sorry, but
Moravsik, okay.
no, wait. Robert Jervis, rationalism and cooperation, for God's sake. You are discussing to an higher field.
I know
just to merge the things.
No, but here we have students as well, so you know we have to give some.
No.
We have to be
It's a matter of
precise.
procedure. I think it's much better to leave Ms. Charalampos, which by the facts is chairing the session, to complete his remarks, and then you.
Yeah, because I'm not letting you intervening, and then I cannot complete one sentence. Okay, you spoke about how we should enhance the EU nature as a political means. Do you believe that?
Yes, of course, I believe in the deepening of our cooperation in the European Union by maintaining, as I stated you, the Westphalian nature of the Union itself. So the European Union is a group of nation states.
The nation state maintains its sovereignty. That's not about parts of sovereignty for the sake of federal.
Are you discussing about solid sovereignty? Because sovereignty, as we all know from theory, is not just a solid dimension. Since the fact that you participate in an alliance, for example, you are willingly give part of your sovereignty in order to maintain this marriage of convenience.
But the EU is not just an alliance.
It's a union of nation states.
So,
it's a union of nation states.
with all due respect, I'm eager to read the book. There are many methodological problems. The way I sit here, I have listed everything, and I'm saying it openly. Without trying to be disrespectful, but there are methodological problems. But I'm going to stop here.
But before that, because you said something that it's quite offensive here, and you are discussing to an academic professor. My methodological problems begin from the fact that you cannot understand the difference between neoliberal institutionalism and neorealism. It's so obvious. So I'm not going to give a lecture here. I'm discussing for an hour. So try to be much kinder as I try to be up until now. You cannot say.
No, I don't accept it. You're being disrespectful.
You cannot say that I have.
You're being disrespectful. I don't accept.
I'm not disrespectful at all.
Yes, you're being very disrespectful. Professor Berry. You have a question.
Well, actually, Professor Pace, if I present, Yeah. Okay, sorry, the English or other pronunciation. Anyway, basically, that you had made the points that I wanted to make with respect to the first speaker's paper there. That I think smallness as a variable in trying to explain something is, I would think of as an independent variable, and what you're trying to explain, the dependent variable, is success, or what you're calling smart state. So I think they're different categories. So I think smallness has a value because it's a piece of data, it's a given. And in terms of the way an economist would think of it, is smallness is one of your right-hand side variables, whereas what you're trying to explain, your left-hand side variable, is the success or the smart state. I don't know if that means anything to a non-economist, but I would think of them as different categories, and I think really that's corroborating what you're making.
This is what we agreed together. You agreed as well.
Yeah.
Can be together.
Yeah. So anyway, I was going to ditch that because
you had made that. We have to maintain the term small in order to be able to discuss further about the term smart.
Yeah. Exactly. It raises questions. So it's useful in that way. So they're not
disregarding.
I know. I'm saying that has already been discussed. Yeah.
I'm saying that it's time for us to find new terms in order to understand better 21st century international politics. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you don't want to ditch the concept of smallness.
No, it's not of my interest, because otherwise people are not going to be interested in smart states theory.
So you're ditching it. Okay.
No, I'm not ditching it. I'm trying to maintain it.
Maybe.
As for example, Catholic Church, maintained Calvinism in order, to be able to antagonize and find, arguments within Central Europe, and maintain kinds of a political influence and so on and so forth. So, I want to have an argument from small state theory in order to pursue my smart state theory. And I'm not, the one that is going to say, all right, I disregard everything since the beginning of 70s, because I came here, and I want to present a new theory. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's time for us to discuss new things, because there is a trend saying that, all right, it's only small states theory here, so let's find out, what this is all about. I have heard arguments, for example, that Ukraine is a small state fighting against Russia. I have read that in newspapers, or I have heard that in lecture theater. So it's time to redefine things, because words in social sciences, especially in politics, international relations, do matter.
Others will specifically refer to Ukraine as a small state. I was surprised. Others will not argue.
Yes, of course.
Well, in Tom Long's work, it would be the smaller part. Ukraine, in that context, is the smaller part in the asymmetric relationship. In foreign policy,
it's completely different.
In foreign policy, but then when we talk about small states domestically,
I totally agree with you.
remains relevant.
I completely agree with you. This kind of comparison is totally different. So, it's smaller than.
Yeah, so it depends what context we're studying it. But first I want to say thank you, because I asked you a lot of questions, and I think to use the Greek metaphor, because we're here, I think I opened Pandora's box. But I am excited to read. I am actually really excited to read the book, because clearly it's things that challenge our way of thinking. Ultimately, my question was just I was challenging the term bipolarity, and we have different views. We have different views on that, which is fine. But I also wanted to come in because I had asked Mr. Michaelis a question also about Turkey quite some time ago. So maybe we could also.
Oh, and I have one question for Konstantinos as well.
But thank you.
So have you asked your question already, Hilary? Yeah.
Yes, I asked him about ontological security.
So maybe you can just take my question and we can deal with that too. No, I hadn't actually thought about it, the difference in British policy towards Ukraine under Rishi Sunak versus under Liz Truss and Boris Johnson, which you had mentioned. And do you think that is because Rishi Sunak's administration has a different conception of where Britain's interests lie in the conflict, or is it pure kind of personality quirk?
Shall I answer this?
No, whatever order you want to take.
Yeah, and I wanted to very briefly, without polemics, ask you.
Yeah.
Yes. As a former resident of Switzerland, I remember having discussions about what neutrality, and I was always pointed to the term belligerent neutrality. That is, it was always told to me, following what you said in the 70s, that the big difference between Switzerland and Finland and Austria is that Switzerland is belligerent neutral. Which leads me to what you were discussing. Does this apply to the non-Cold War period? I think yes. I mean, if I would be a Swiss, I wouldn't say, well, we are not in the Cold War, we don't need to be neutral anymore. Following what you say, we should be smart. Being smart means being belligerent. That is, having an army ready for any eventuality. That's what I understood from what you were saying. That is, smart state
one of the aspects.
Yeah, is an opportunistic state. To be opportunistic, you must have an army ready for whatever. But even in times there is no war. Okay? And economists would say this is a waste. I am an economist. This is a waste of resources. If there is no war on site, investing in an army just to be ready to be opportunistic. If there is an opportunity.
But you actually said about Israel. You said earlier on that that's what you believe about Israel. That even if there's if there's peace, you need to be remain armed.
So that's the question. You are saying something important. In my view, you are saying that
is a bit negative, right?
No. What I am trying to say is whether, the question is whether in times of non-war or on site, that is after the Cold War, whether Sweden or whether whatever state that had a small army should eliminate the army because it's not needed. And then if there is an opportunity, we missed it because we don't have. Or are you saying no, actually small states should be always ready in order to exploit opportunities, you must have an army ready, even if it sounds as being a waste of resources. That's the point. I think it's interesting what you are saying. Okay? So for example, we are in Israel, I remember very well the discussion being, when there will be peace, will we have the army or we will not need the army there? I mean, the uniform answer is we will have to have the army for hundreds of years. Peace or not peace, okay? So it's your approach, if I would say. I mean, I would say, but excuse me if I am touching a Swede or a Dane or a Finn would say, no, if there is no war, nobody hates us and everything is fine, why should we have an army? Okay?
Finland had an army during the Cold War period, sending male and female. So, do you want me to answer or not? Because
please, also Dr. Tsardanidis, please, if you have the kindness, they should also answer, please.
Then we'll have a sharing.
Please.
I think that the previous discussion showed how vast the Greeks are. And secondly, the fact that God gave the physics and the easy problems. So the social sciences and international relations still have a lot of questions and answers to pose. And ever since the Ukraine, at the very least, but even before that, we need to rewrite IR textbooks. Now, I would like to thank Dr. Brifa. Yes, I realize that I do not explicitly refer to ontological security in the paper, but definitely I should incorporate it. I imply the notion of anxiety because I encounter it in the literature by Turkish scholars, but I stick to the broad notion of securitization and the securitization of processes by scholars such as Binabdilgin, Mustafa-Eddin, because they explicitly stick to securitization and desecuritization. But yes, there is the spin-off of ontological security as well, because the issue of anxiety comes up in the national identity construction. You're very right. And thank you for making me think that explicitly incorporate.
It was very interesting.
That is a great question. I can only speculate on that. I would argue that it has to do with the entire context of British politics to quite a large degree. Boris Johnson being for Brexit here, quite a lot of uncertainty involved. The global Britain with its all ideas about new alignments and things like that. He personally invested quite a lot of political capital, including Liz Truss as well, in his cabinet while being the foreign secretary. Ukrainians are not stupid. They do remember what he was talking before, like years before, while during the Brexit campaign, soon afterwards. You know, the allegations about his certain, let us say, connections to Russia, particularly through the influential families of Russian origin living in Londongrad, for that matter. But at the same time, they use this as an opportunity. So I think that from his perspective, it had a lot to do with domestic politics, facing major crises at home, creating this vision of being a strong leader, Churchill-like leader, helping a fellow embattled country in Eastern Europe that would ring a psychological bell among the constituency, particularly those representing his political party, his constituency. And when it comes to Rishi Sunak, he has no, that kind of background of being hardcore Brexiteer that have to show up for this better Britain, global Britain that gets things done across many various different regions, and I do think that it also had to do with the timing. I mean, why bother with the trilateral pacts, whatever, if you are going to attend G20, if you're going to attend G7 and things like that? Simply, these are priorities, even for great powers, even for the British. There are certain priorities, and I would argue that it's part of the big picture. Don't get me wrong, Britain is a very important actor in terms of support for Ukraine, and apparently the latest attacks, they involved Storm Shadows. It's still unconfirmed on Crimea, so Ukrainians definitely do recognize that. But at the same time, they do remember that the United Kingdom is a signatory to the Budapest Memorandum. Ultimately.
Yeah. First of all, I believe that we're discussing about Switzerland. Switzerland is sui generis state because it's a vault of the world. I mean, the wealth of the planet is in Switzerland. For example, when we discuss about Finland, even during the Cold War period, both women and men were serving as conscripts in the army. So I do not think that. I don't like the term opportunistic state. I believe that this is a state that is fully aware of the notion that, all states, they have to survive in an anarchic domain, first of all. And on the other hand, that it's extremely important to be able to promote self-help policies from Thucydides up until today. This does not exclude international aid, but if Ukraine, for example, was not able to mobilize its own forces since day one, then the whole of the Western world would have been much more hesitant in order to support Ukraine against Russia, or let me rephrase that, less supportive than we are now, that we're seeing, you know, a nation that tries to survive and fights bravely against an aggressor. The same happened, despite, you know, this is a different era, when, for example, you know, Greece had been attacked by Italy during the Second World War. For almost a year, we were able not just to keep them outside of our frontiers, but we even advanced against them. So, you know, this gave the opportunity to Britain and other Western forces, mainly Britain, to multiply their own efforts and support. So in order for me to conclude, it is important for each and every state to maintain self-help policy. Otherwise, this anarchic domain is going to be lethal for that state. And this state is not going to be a smart state, despite the fact that this non-smart state or unwise state or less careful state will be bigger or smaller, returning back to the comparison mode.
Well, thank you very much. A very passionate panel. Thank you for your patience. I thank all speakers, and I think we conclude the first day of the workshop, and we're looking forward to tomorrow's session.